Good morning, welcome back. Are there any administrative matters before we resume cross for this panel? Attorney Tisler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. There are a number of administrative items this morning from the company. The first one is regarding read-ins. The company would request that read-ins V, X, Y, Z, and AA be converted to late file exhibits.
Let me say this back to you. B is in, sorry, what was the first?
V is in Victor.
V, sorry. We said V, X, Y,
Z, and AA.
B, and AA. Oops. All right. So it looks like that becomes late file exhibits 112 through 116. Does that match your notes?
That lines up with what I have.
Thank you.
Okay, on the next item this morning, we have the capital panel here, and I just would like to identify that the company would like to add Seth Kruger to the capital panel. But my understanding is he's caught in some traffic at the moment, so when he arrives, we'd like to have him sworn in. Secondly, as you may have noted from the agenda, we do have the procurement team here available for the capital panel. But I did want to note that we think it's feasible. Procurement issues could come up in the environmental remediation panel as well. And one of our witnesses, Mr. Correa, has a hard stop today at 3 p.m. So we would just ask that to the extent procurement issues come up in environmental remediation, that we take that into consideration and that PURA and OCC's cross-examiners attempt to accommodate that hard stop, either by having their questions around procurement go before 3 p.m. or if environmental spills over in tomorrow, that they be held until then. Another item is that the company's witness, Mr. Ned Alice, he is here and available for depreciation today, but he does need to get home to other matters. I believe he will be going today, but I just note that, he has that constraint as OCC has identified yesterday that their capital additions cross may go on for a number of hours this morning. So just want to make sure everyone's aware that the depreciation witness has that time constraint. And in light of that, the company acknowledges that yesterday OCC indicated that it had at least 3 more hours of cross on capital additions. And to help expedite that cross, the company would like to proactively offer some additional responses to the questions that Attorney Wheel was asking yesterday that may help, make the process more efficient by offering additional detail at the outset of the hearing today.
If I could just elaborate on that proposal, so it would be additional information offered by the panel in response to the cross-examination we received yesterday in an effort to be proactive and maybe address what we perceive as some of Attorney Wheel's concerns. I'm not asking him to reduce his cross. We're just saying if we allow the witnesses to start, they're going to pick up on a line of inquiry that he was pursuing, and maybe that will address a concern that we were hearing in his questions. But he's perfectly free to proceed with whatever additional cross-examination he does have. The goal is to try and be responsive, but also try to be efficient. And so our question would be, is there any objection from the OCC if we were to start with the panel, providing some of the analysis that was talked about when we ended yesterday, and we'll let Attorney Wheel respond.
No, we'd have no objection.
Okay, was that the final administrative matter? Okay, are there administrative matters? Are there administrative matters from any other party or intervener?
Morning, Chairman Tom Wheel for the OCC. We don't have any specific administrative matters, but if it's helpful with respect to the scheduling, I believe that our estimate for depreciation of an hour is going to hold, if not potentially be slightly shorter. So that's helpful for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you. Back to the last item. So just practically speaking, how are you suggesting you want to engage in some limited direct right now, or?
We would start with Mr. DeRozier's providing additional testimony in response to the questions he received yesterday, and take it from there.
Okay, thank you. If you can let me know when that portion is done, and then the cross can resume from the OCC.
Okay. Mr. DeRozier, would you like to add to your responses to Attorney Wheel based off of the testimony you gave yesterday?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this opportunity. After reviewing the transcript from last night, I believe I better understand some of your questions around projects that are not 100% complete, and I wanted to just provide some clarification for you. So in general, most of our projects in the evidence are 100% field complete. And when we do have a project that is field complete, we have provided capital exhibits 2, 3, as well as the supplements to E&G 001 to provide the actual cost versus the estimate cost. And if there were any variances associated with those projects, we've also provided all of the supplemental variance explanations. However, we do realize that there are a subset of projects, specifically 29 of them, which are in RRU 108, Supplement 1, Attachment 4, that are not field complete. Generally, There is a direct correlation between the estimated completion, field completion of a project, as well as the budget amount that has been spent. And I would like to just go through a couple examples of those. You started doing that yesterday, but if you'd like, I'd like to go through a couple of examples of those for you today, just to show that. So starting with RU 108 Supplement 1 Attachment 4, if we look at the line 2 on the second project there, it's funding project 140232. Do you need me to wait or?
I'm there.
Okay, so that shows that we've spent, or there's field completion of 95%. So if we transfer over to ENG 001, supplement 4, attachment 1A, you'll be able to see that same project on line 16. And if you look at column H, you'll see that we have a little less than 1% of budget left available. So we're almost complete with the job and we have about 1%. So there's a very good correlation there. It's similar for the next project in RU 108, which is project 160208. We have 76% of that has been field complete. And if we go back to ENG 001 supplement 4, attachment 1A, down on line 51, you can see we have 20% of our budget remaining for that project. So generally, there is a direct correlation between field complete and the amount of budget left. However, there are outliers to that. And I believe you brought up one of those projects yesterday. That was line 13 of RU 108 supplement 1 attachment 1, project 21C 603. That's a project where we are 25% field complete, but the subsequent cost analysis on that project shows that we have spent 95% of that budget. So there are outliers to that. So today we do have members of our engineering project management team available to discuss many of those projects. And if there's certain projects you want to go through, we would be happy to show you what is going on with those projects, as well as provide any explanation as to why there is a discrepancy between the field complete percentage and the budget spent. And we're prepared to do that today.
So that completes the additional testimony offered by Mr. DeRosiers. And so we made the proffer to Attorney Wheel. If there are specific projects that you have questions about in RU 108 SPO1 attachment 4, we'd be happy to have the panel try and respond with more information for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Wheel, when you're ready to resume.
Thank you. And thanks, that was helpful. And I actually don't have questions about the specific projects. So my questioning about that was just more about, like I said before, trying to learn how to interact between those two exhibits. But it's super helpful to know that that additional testimony was helpful. I'm going to kind of finish. Yesterday, you might recall I was sort of asking about the kind of chronology of the supplements to RU 108 and ENG 1. So I'm just going to kind of finish up on that, starting just to kind of give you a sense of where I'm going to go, starting with the original ENG, the first supplement to ENG 1 from March 19th, 2025, from this past March 19th. Then the second supplement, and in the context of that second supplement, I'm going to ask some questions about comparing it to RRU 108 attachment 2, and then the third supplement to ENG 1, and then the fourth supplement to ENG 1. And that will also ask questions about RRU 108 supplemental 1 attachment 4. So hopefully that's helpful just to get a sense of what needs to be open. So the first supplement to ENG 1 from March 19th, my first question is just about in the narrative supplemental response itself. And you might not even need to refer to it, but the narrative explains the reason for the supplement, as I understand it, is that it adds new projects with 2024 in-service additions. That's one of the kind of new changes to this supplement. So are those projects that didn't start until 2024, like no expenditures occurred prior to that date, or is that capital additions as of 2024?
Yep. So those would be projects where there were new capital additions for the first time on that project. It does not represent spend in that year. It could have had spend that started in prior years, but it had its first capital addition recorded in the calendar year 2024.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize if I asked this yesterday about this supplement, but is what's shown in attachment 1A to the first supplement to ENG 1 still the direct cost to dates as opposed to the whole costs?
That's correct.
Okay. And that, yeah. So fair to say that all the new projects as of all the new 2024 projects indicate in attachment 1B, it's also same answer that that's just new plant, not new spend.
That's correct. It's new plant.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the second supplement to ENG 1, which is filed April 3rd. So this adds a new column to attachment 1, both A and B, column I, as explained in the narrative response, showing the actual in-service additions from 2018 through 2024. My most basic question is, it looks to us like this is the same format and same data that's in RRU 108 attachment 2, which again, we talked about it yesterday, but that's like the year-by-year additions. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, they both represent in-service additions. That's correct.
Okay. And we might not even need to go through the exercise of comparing them, but for example, maybe subject to check, the very first project in ENG 1, attachment 1A, shows 85.867 million in service. I was able to find that same project number on RRU 108 attachment 2, and the same numbers in the grand total column of that. So is that all pulling from the same data set, like those two exhibits?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, thank you. So this is okay. I strike that. I think I understand. I think I was about to ask the same question I essentially already asked. And the second supplement to ENG 1 also included these two new exhibits, which are called attachments A and A1. Correct?
Did you say the second supplement to ENG 001?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. And A1, so that shows the work order in service date, the utility account, and the in-service account by year. I think we talked about this yesterday, but that second supplement to A1, that's when the company first showed that in-service dates for work orders, individual work orders?
That's correct. So that represents for each of the projects that were provided in the capital 2 and 3 exhibits. These are the subsequent work orders underneath those projects. And each of those work orders represents an asset type. So we do have the utility account that's been provided as well as the in-service date, but this is the first time that we show the work order level.
Okay. Is it fair to say that attachment A1 has like the most precise documentation in the record with respect to what exactly is in service, meaning now we can see like not only the proportion of the projects that are in service, but the date when every individual component went into service because of that work order data?
This would help tie out all of the in-service additions that were provided upfront for the revenue requirement. This is the more detailed, granular look for each of those work orders and the in-service additions associated with them.
Okay. Thank you. Then just moving on to the third supplement to ENG 1 filed April 22nd. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think this supplement provided like a new format of information like the other supplements, but this was just updating plan through February 28th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct. So no new format. We're just adding in January and February capital additions, January and February 2025 capital additions.
Okay. Thank you. And I noticed, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that there's an update to RRU 108 supplement 1 that shows this information. Is the idea that, as I've been sort of getting at, it seems like a lot of the data that was provided in RRU 108 generally is sort of like shifting over to the ENG 1 supplements. So is the idea that there's not a need to supplement the like annual in-plant information, in-service information, RU 108, because that now lives in ENG 1? Is that
So
fair to say?
they are definitely related. I believe we have a late file request to
Yes.
update RRU 108 supplement 1 that is already on the record. So,
Yep. Okay.
but they are related.
Okay.
The information is pretty much the same, just in different formats.
Thanks. And to be clear, I wasn't actually going to ask you to update RU 108. I was a little confused about the necessity for that late file, because as we understand it, it seems like ENG 1 would be the update that would show everything that's in RU 108, but then also the additional information that's in ENG 1. Is that accurate? I'll back up, I'll rephrase. If ENG 1 and all of its attachments were updated as of the late file date, which I think actually the company has indicated it plans to do anyway, would that be missing any data that would also be included in an ROU 108 update?
In RRU 108, the attachment 1, that particular attachment does provide estimated completion for those projects that are not fully field complete. So we would have to update attachment 1 to get you the estimated completion percentage updated. But if we're talking about just the rate base additions for these projects, then updates to ENG 001 would satisfy that request.
Okay. Thank you. And to be clear, I wasn't questioning the justification for the late file. I just got confused about like making sure that we understand sort of what's in what. So,
Oh, yeah, understand completely.
thank you. So lastly, as I understand it, the most recent supplement to ENG 1 is the 4th supplement from May 15th. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct. That should have added in March 2025 capital additions.
Thank you. I had one specific question about attachment 1B to the 4th supplement to ENG 1. Sorry, yeah, 1B.
Okay, could you hold 1 minute while
Sure.
I pull it up? Thank you.
I'm actually realizing you might not even need to look at it because I think your direct from this morning actually gets at the same point. My question was just whether there's a column in here showing percentage of over or under compared to estimate. So the negative numbers in that would be that's just the percentage under budget that a project is. Is that correct?
Correct. So a negative number means that you have not spent to the full budgeted amount.
Thank you. And this may be getting at the response you just gave a second ago about the distinction, the remaining distinction between RRU 108 and ENG 1. We're trying to compare like the projects that still have open work orders according to RU 108. And the exhibits, the projects in ENG 1 supplemental 4 attachment 1B that are under budget, which is actually really similar to what you were talking about this morning. We found 101 matches. I think just comparing the projects that are open work orders versus under budget. Does that sound right? Like in terms of scope?
Could you repeat what that 101 represents? I didn't follow.
Yeah, it would be we basically we looked at all the projects that have open work orders according to RRU 108 supplemental 1 attachment 4. And we compared those project numbers to the project numbers in ENG 1 supplement 4 attachment 1B that are under budget. And we found 101 matches, like projects where both of those conditions were true. Open work order as to RRU 108, under budget as to ENG 1.
Okay, understand. Yep.
Does that sound, I mean, I want to ask you to also count, but does that sound, I guess, would looking at it that way, should that work, like pencil out that those 101 projects, that's what that means, that the reason it's under budget is because there's no work order?
That absolutely could be one potential reason, but each project and work order is unique, so we would have to go and look at each individual circumstance. But in general, if there are still open work orders, they would be in CWIP, or maybe construction hasn't fully been completed. So safe to say that there could be the reason that could be the main reason for the under budget variance.
Okay. Thank you. The actual costs presented for the incomplete projects, those in ENG 1 supplement 4 attachment 1B, those represent the costs spent to date, right?
That's correct. So that would be total capital expenditures, not just CWIP or plant and service addition. It's total capital expenditures on those work orders.
Thanks. Is there a way to evaluate, does the company have an internal way to evaluate the expectation of what remains to be spent, especially with respect to projects like we talked about yesterday and a little today, where there's a mismatch between the percentage complete and the remaining budget? Absolutely.
So our review of projects and the cost associated with projects is ongoing every month. We have a variety of different methods where we analyze projects for cost effectiveness. We have monthly work plan meetings, project management meetings. I touched on those in my original testimony. Those are areas where the company, personnel, project management, construction, executive team will go through projects that are ongoing. They will review those projects. They will analyze where there is field conditions that may result in overages, or they will even go through areas where they were more efficient so that the teams can learn from it and become more efficient throughout the entire geography of where we operate. Those happen continuously every month. And there's a variety of different systems we use. I can have Ms. Day or even some of the members of our project management team to go through how we analyze those, but it is a very large factor in the monthly reporting that we do.
I just want to add, because I have one of our project management managers sitting right behind me, and so I don't want her to feel short shrifted. So those monthly meetings are ones where we're specifically involving leadership, right, at the president and the vice president level. But as I mentioned, we have an entire project management team where really their entire job is to manage these projects. They have weekly meetings that are more detailed, that are with engineering and with construction, that walk through any changes to projects, anything that the team needs to be aware of. They also perform constructability reviews as part of the estimating process. And so sometimes when they're actually, going out on the field and walking the site, that might indicate that we need some additional work that may impact the cost estimate. And that all goes back to the project management team and may, in some instances result in the identified need for a supplemental path, right? If they really see something that changes how the project needs to be designed or implemented. And then, I believe some of the tools that the project management team uses include P6, Power BI reporting. So we have lots of different tools that we use across project management and our field and project engineering organization to manage projects, who's assigned to projects, the different contacts at municipalities and towns that we're working with. So there definitely is a lot of effort consistently devoted to managing projects. Thank you.
Thanks. And you mentioned that there could be a determination that there's a need for a supplemental request. And my understanding from the testimony, from the original pre-filed testimony and some of the testimony in the hearing so far is that that's based on, there's a delegation of authority standard that I understand it kind of depends on the size of the project, what kind of project, et cetera. There are various kind of triggers. But generally, is the idea, like, at what point is that supplemental request supposed to be submitted? Is it like when there's been a determination that the budget is going to exceed whatever the identified trigger is?
Yeah, so it can vary. When we know that there are obstacles in the gas business, it's unique in that we don't have the ability to actually see our asset before we construct. And even during construction, there can be obstacles that are in the way. There could be other facilities that we have to move around. So at the time that those obstacles that typically lead to increased cost are recognized, we can't stop work. And in many cases, we must continue with work to be able to identify how much this is going to cost. So many times for the gas business, the total cost or the estimates are not able to be determined until you continue with the work. So we do not stop work to go and write a supplement. We, at the time where we can effectively put an estimate together that we feel would be representative of the final cost of the project, we will do that. So it's at that point in time when it is feasible for us. And our APS-1 policy, our project authorization policy, doesn't determine a specific time frame. It just is when it is feasible that you are able to develop an estimate that would represent the cost, the new cost associated with that project. So for the gas business, many times that is after the project has been completed because we just don't know if those obstacles, if you hit ledge, for example, is that going to be for 5 feet or is that going to be for 500 feet? Is it the rest of the project? Are there other items in the way? So that's an important factor to recognize when looking at supplements for the gas business.
Okay, thank you. My last question about this sort of walkthrough, now that we've finally gotten to supplement 4 of ENG 1, I referenced this a second ago, but in the narrative response to supplement 4 ENG 1 on page 2 on the second bullet, again, you might not even need to go there. It notes that the company plans to file an update on June 18th And I noticed that's the late file due date in this proceeding. Could I just ask to formalize that as a late file request, just to, so that like it exists as a late file that can be addressed in the late file hearing?
Sure, we're happy to do that.
Thanks.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 117. Attorney Will, can you just summarize that? Make sure I have that right, please.
Yep, it would be supplement ENG 001 with the most up-to-date information. It would be the 5th supplement to that exhibit.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions about the procurement process. So maybe it's helpful that someone from procurement is here. Most of my questions are about RU 18 attachment 1. And if it helps for organization purposes, I don't have questions specifically about the invoices that were provided. It's just about like what the invoices represent.
Attorney Wheel, while they're getting their materials, that was 118, correct?
RU 18,
18, thank you.
attachment 1. And I'm just waiting for the panel to be ready.
Thank you.
I just sometimes have to say, because we run into situations where everyone thinks they're waiting.
Yeah, Attorney Will, were you looking at the supplemental response or the
The-
original response?
The original, although I think my questions might be applicable to either. And I essentially have one question, which might be so simple that you might not even need to open the attachment, but I'll still wait.
If you want to provide the question, then we should.
Sure. The question is just my understanding from the response is that these are invoices for calendar year 2023. The question was just, are these for services provided that calendar year or for services provided supporting plant additions that entered service in that calendar year?
I may be able to answer that if you just give me 1 minute. Can I
Sure.
just confirm?
It's based on your voice.
Thank you for the time. So what this represents is any work order that had in-service additions at any point in time between 2018 and 2024, we took that population of work orders and we procured any invoice paid in the calendar year 2023 on those work orders. So it's just for work orders that have in-service additions. And those are the invoices paid in 2023.
Okay. So it's invoices paid in 2023 that are associated with like any of the plant additions in that scope of time that you mentioned?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So, and is this like all, I was gonna ask, we talked a little bit yesterday about like the kind of phases, if you can think of it that way, of projects where there's, you know, planning, pre-construction, construction, like the closeout phase. Is there any, is this just like all invoices that could be associated with any of those sort of phases?
That's correct. It would be any invoice that, any invoices for outside services associated with work that happened in calendar year 2023.
Okay. And so, and I know you just said this, but just for clarification, are these invoices paid or received in 2023?
These would have been paid.
Okay. Thank you. I have some, that's all I think I had on procurement. Sorry. Make people come up. I'm going to move on pretty soon to questions, like specific kind of project level questions, getting into the original bulk attachments in the application. But I just wanted to ask some broad questions first about the distinction between direct and total costs, which is pretty much getting at the difference between the two project authorization policies. Could you just define what costs are, what the distinction with respect to the YGS Capital 2 projects, which are the prior capitalization policy, like what's the dividing line between a direct and an indirect cost?
Sure. So within our accounting code block, we have the ability to use a cost element cost element feature to differentiate between direct and indirect. A direct cost typically is anything like labor, outside services, material, permit fees. Overheads would be considered indirect. And if you bear with me 1 minute, we have responded to a request, and I can find that for you, where we describe all of our various overheads and what they're for. So if you don't mind, just give me 1 minute, I can find that.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. So we provided in RU 366 a description of all of the company's overheads and how they're calculated.
Okay. So these overheads in the previous authorization policy, would is the only thing that it wouldn't be qualified as a direct cost, the overhead, the kinds of overheads that are shown in RU 366?
That's correct. So all those overheads that are shown in RU 366 would be considered indirect costs, not direct cost. Anything else charged would be a direct.
Okay. And I have RU 366 attachment 1 open. I was hoping you could just give quick explanations for like what these, unless it's provided in the narrative response, like what, like a non-productive basis, a payroll benefit basis, like what those mean.
Sure, I believe we provided that in the narrative, but just give me 1 minute to open that up.
Sure.
Bless you.
Told that 367 attachment 1 might have what I'm asking about.
You are correct.
Okay.
So bear with me.
I've got it. And so you don't even need to look. That does like, define all of those. So we can take a look at that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. We talked about this yesterday, I think, but the projects that are covered in YGS Capital 2 as opposed to 3, which again is the distinction between the pre-2021 PAP and post-2022, is that so YGS 2, since it only shows direct costs, I think we talked about yesterday, that doesn't show the full picture of costs that end up going to plant, right?
That's correct.
Does the ENG1 supplement 4 cover, like include the information about the whole, like when we see the costs, the actual total cost spend in there, is that now displaying that as whole costs or is that still direct?
In ENG1 Supplement 4, if it's related to Attachment 1A, it's still following the pre-2022 capital authorization policy, so it would be just the direct charges. That population should get much more limited as we progress further and further from 2022.
Okay.
So the majority of the project should be in Attachment 1B, which would be for the newer policy.
Okay. Understood. I guess just as a fundamental question, sort of wrapping up the whole conversation about the ENG1 and RU 108 and the supplements. Did the company, when we first were reviewing the application, we didn't see anything indicated in the application that the company intended to update the request for plant, like incremental plant that entered service after the application date. Did we miss something in there that displayed, that showed that was the intention?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and check on the record to see if we provided in the initial the intent to file additional supplements associated with the capital work for 2025. I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking, frankly, I think maybe Mr. Larkin Connolly's testimony notes this, but we actually weren't even aware, like we hadn't noticed the updates until I think the rebuttal testimony pointed out the interrogatory responses. So I'm just asking if we had missed something originally that should have pointed us to that.
I would just say to direct Mr. Attorney Wheel to YGS Capital, rebuttal, and they referred to the fact the company had the intent on page 16 to supplement the record.
Okay, but prior to the rebuttal, do you know if like the original application included that intent?
I would have to go back and check.
Okay,
Unless, hold on 1 minute, let me just confirm.
sure.
Just pointing out that Mr. Murray has approached the podium.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think the intent of our testimony, which was YGS Rev Rec 1, page 16, we talk about the company's proposal to update its projections included in the application. In there, we state the company is proposing to update the projected rate base amounts to replace forecasted information with actuals where applicable and provide supporting documentation for those updates as the proceeding progresses.
Perfect. Thank you. That is what we missed. Thank you. Appreciate it. And one last question on that. I don't recall where I saw it. I asked before about the note about updating ENG 1 as of June 18th. I think I saw something also about an intent to continue updating like up until the beginning of the rate year. Is that correct?
That's correct. And in OCC 536, attachment 1, we provided in lines 36 through 41 our intent for additional supplements.
Okay, thank you.
And that would take us through September 25 of September of 2025.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finally going to move on to a completely different subject, which is asking specific questions about the original YGS Capital 2 attachment A1 redacted. Which my laptop is currently struggling to open because of the size of the PDF.
That one's a big one. Yeah, bear with me. I'm opening it up too. And you said the initial filing, correct?
Yes.
I have it open whenever you are ready.
Okay. I'm going to start with page 20, which is a supplemental request form for project 170500.
I'm there.
Okay. So my understanding of this form is that it's seeking to increase the authorized total from 43.2 million to 62.5 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I see that like the narrative drivers of where it says justification for cost increase, it lists a couple of different reasons for the cost increase. And I won't expect this panel to explain those specific reasons here, but on page 22, I noticed that the kind of cost breakdown doesn't include like any kind of line items that are tied to like any particular, like it doesn't show like this proportion of the cost increase is because of this reason. Is that like standard for these forms?
Yes, these forms are required forms, and there's a template associated with these forms in our APS-1 policy, our capital authorization policy. So the charts that you see are the required charts to satisfy the requirement of that policy. And so we follow the standard approach for that policy, those policies.
I will add that in the engineering and project management kind of side of the house, they do have very specific detailed spreadsheets that they use to generate what's essentially the summary information that's then included in this path document, or in this case, the supplemental path.
Okay. I don't need this individual name, but like who within the organization, oh wait. These supplemental request forms are authorized by what kind of division of the company authorizes them?
Yep. So there's a delegation of authority policy. Off the top of my head, I believe it's Capital Exhibit 5, but I would have to just confirm that. So in the delegation of authority policy, it outlines the different levels of leadership that have to approve a project based on the total cost associated with that project. So it varies project to project, and it goes from needing a manager all the way up into our board of directors.
Okay. And I noticed that these forms, as well as the project authorization forms in the same exhibit, they don't indicate anywhere in here like whether they were authorized. Should we assume that all of the ones that were provided were authorized?
That's correct. These have all been authorized based on that delegation of authority.
Okay.
And I just want to add, in case it's helpful, so just based on my experience with the systems, so in the sanctioning meeting that Mr. DeRozier's mentioned earlier, that includes people beyond the stated delegation of authority. So that, as I mentioned, includes the president of the company, and it includes all of the vice presidents, and includes all of the directors that have any responsibility in any of those areas: project management, engineering, construction, maintenance, anything related to the nature of any of the projects that's indicated, and including managers, although they don't necessarily have any authority on those projects. And then the approvals themselves are maintained within our power plan system. But as Mr. DeRozier's rightly noted, anything that's included in here has that approval with a specific individual in power plan, and that's part of why it's included, is because it's been approved.
And I just want to make one correction. The delegation of authority has been provided as Exhibit Capital 6, not 5. That was my mistake.
Thank you. If I open, going back to our old friend at this point, ENG 1 Supplemental 4, Attachment 1 A, I believe.
I'm there.
Thanks. I'm still getting there. One moment, sorry. I was trapped in attachment B. Attachment 1A, Excel row 16, line 2. That's this same project that we were just looking at in the supplemental request form for.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks. And when I look at Excel cell 016 that shows the in-service capital additions as of March 25th, that shows 63.136 million.
Yes, I see that.
So that's like $600,000 more than the 62.5 million that's requested in the supplemental request form, right?
Hold on 1 minute. I can confirm in total, there's 62.5 million that was in total cost, not just direct, in total. And 63.1 in capital additions as shown in column K. I can confirm that.
So shouldn't there have been like a second supplemental request form to justify the $600,000 over budget?
So first, this project is part of the pre-2022 authorization policy, which looks at your direct costs and views the variance associated with your direct cost as the need for a supplement. So if you go back to columns F, G, and H, those would represent your direct costs on this project. And based on the calculation, we are 2% over the approved direct cost of 49.9 million. 2% would not have triggered a supplemental authorization.
Okay. So under the the pre-2021 policy, is there any overage in total costs that would have triggered a supplemental as long as the direct costs stayed within the threshold?
So our policy is for supplemental, the older policy, it was based on direct cost only.
Okay. Thank you. Could you turn to page 31 of, going back to the capital 2A1 redacted?
Could you just hold 1 minute? I just wanted to check one more thing.
Sure.
Thank you. So I just also want to clarify, just on this specific project, the total cost were over, but the total costs were only over by 1%. So even if it was based on a total cost, this particular project is still within threshold amount. It was a 1% variance.
Okay. But my understanding based on your testimony just now is that as long as the direct cost variance were in the threshold, the total cost variance could have exceeded, like could have been anything. Is that correct? And not have triggered a supplemental authorization form?
The supplements are based on the direct cost.
Okay.
The need for a supplement is based on the variance associated with the direct cost.
Thank you. Back to capital 2A1, the redacted version on page 31.
Yep, we're there.
Thanks. So this is another supplement request form for project 170504. And going to page 33, which is still part of the same form, I noticed that this, unlike the last one we talked about, does seem to show like a line item breakdown of like the individual components of the costs. Can you explain like why are these two different formats?
It could just be a timing of the supplemental request form that was used. So let me just check that.
And I just want to confirm for the record, we're at page 33 of 1,758. Is that correct, Attorney Wheel? Okay, thank you.
So just to answer your first question, I believe for this particular supplement, they're using a newer template or a supplemental authorization template, which may have included some additional details around the financials. However, I just want to note that we have the liberty, or the project managers have the liberty to provide additional information within the PAF outside of the base template. That would be helpful for all of the approvers as they're going through. So there are times where additional information is provided in those PAFs to help the approvers be able to understand the nature of the cost within the project. So,
And I would just like to add that sometimes in the project management meetings or in the sanctioning committee meetings, there will be direct requests for additional information to be included in the path. And therefore, sometimes it might be proactive on the part of the project manager or the person who's writing the supplemental path or the path itself. And other times it might be in response to a request. that help, again, to Mr. DeRozier's point, to help them understand the reason for the change.
Thanks. Yeah, I noticed on, I have a bunch of page numbers here. Like on page 400 of this same document, and then also page 684 of the same document, it looks like there are like identical templates of line item breakdowns, and there are a bunch of those in here. So is that getting maybe at what you were discussing before, Mr. DeRosier, said there's a newer template that was included for these?
Yes, that's what that's getting at.
Okay. Thank you. Page 172 of this same document.
Yes, I'm there.
Thanks. So this is another supplemental request form on project 140232, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I noticed this, without kind of going through the page numbers, unless you'd like to, there were three total supplemental request forms for this project. Like if you skip to page 180, it looks like the third one. My understanding, like from the totality of the documents for this project, is that the initial authorized cost was 4.56 million, and then by the time we get to 380, it's up to 11.05 million. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm seeing the same thing.
Okay. Is it normal for a project for the budget to increase like almost 3 times, well, a little over 2 times as much across the project like this?
So I'll start off and then I'll let Ms. Day step in. This particular project is a very complex project, what I would consider a very complex project, seeing as that it's a gate station. And there is quite a bit of narrative within the supplement as to the reasons for the overages. I will say that because this is such a complex project, I'll let them speak to some of the reasoning for it. We do not typically see supplements of this size occur, especially on some of our standard pipeline work. There are definitely situations where supplements are needed on our standard pipeline work, but you typically have a greater chance of variance with more of our complex work. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Day to elaborate.
Right, so this particular project is associated with a gate station. And just to provide a little bit of context, a gate station is where we're taking gas from a transmission pipeline, and that gas is metered, and then after it's metered, it's in our custody. So this in particular was an old building, and a lot of times the way things were done in the more distant past is they would kind of keep all of the facilities within one building, but the ownership was shared, right? Because it's only after the meter that we own the gas and facilities, and before that, it's associated with the transmission pipeline. So based on what I'm reading in the supplement, and at this station, part of what we decided to do after the initial design had already been developed and agreed upon, there were further discussions that then led to an agreement between both parties that actually the better way to go was with a more modern standard, which would require 2 buildings, but which is definitely additional scope, but which does provide additional safety and also clarity between the 2 parties as to who is responsible for what, which is some of the challenge that we have with the older buildings, even in terms of our own security. When it's a shared building, it's hard for us to implement our improved security standards because we don't have a shared security system with the transmission company. And so that kind of what would normally seem to be a very basic kind of mitigation or safety becomes more difficult when we have these shared facilities. And so I think in this instance, both parties determined that the best approach was 2 buildings. And then, as can happen sometimes, I think additional complexities came up and we needed to purchase new land to ensure adequate clearances to some of the neighboring facilities, things like that, then kind of further incurred. But I think ultimately what led to that large variance was that we agreed with, in this case, Kinder Morgan, that we wanted to pursue what we thought was a better and safer design. But that, again, that was only the result of continuing discussions and was not part of the original project plan.
Thanks. On page 173, which is the second page of the first supplement request, I noticed it doesn't look like, at least at this stage of the project, there were any indirect costs. Is that correct from like what these tables are showing? Like, for example, I mean, it looks to me like the total, like I'm seeing a line that says capital additions, indirect AFUDC, or indirect, and then also AFUDC, and there are dashes there.
Yeah, yes, the way this is written, it looks like the total amount is the same as the direct cost.
Okay, so at this stage of the project, that would mean that there weren't indirect costs yet, or at least maybe not included in this supplement? Is
It
that
just wasn't included in the estimate at this particular point.
okay. And then I saw the same thing on page 178, which is like the next supplement down. I mean, so would this response be the same for that?
It would be the same, correct?
Okay. Thank you. On page 181,
Yes.
there's that highlighted number at the bottom, the 2.184 million.
Yes, I see that.
So I was trying to get a sense of, I was trying to kind of like add up the total request here. So I added that number to the total amount in the prior supplemental request form on page 178, which is the 8.638 million. And that got me to 10.823323.
So can you just repeat those calculations? I think you said the 8.6 and then you added in the 2.1.
184. I guess my question is like, am I correct in adding those together to get a sense of like those combined numbers are getting to I'm trying to calculate like trying to add up kind of how to get to the requested total. So I added those two numbers and then I also added the number, there's like a $246,000 number on page 182.
I think I can give it a first try. So if you go to page 180 of
Yep.
the supplement that we're currently looking, or I'm sorry, the exhibit we're currently looking at, in that table at the top, the
Yeah.
left, the second to last is the supplement request. And that amount should be added to the current authorization amount to get to the total. The information that's included in the part you were just referencing on 181. So the description right above that table says I'm sorry, to correct myself, the table below is a summary of the project costs incurred between the last approved PAF project amount and expenditures through October 23. So to me, that indicates that those are costs that are already incurred, but because the supplemental request is more than that, they're expecting some additional costs that are included in the request, but have not yet been incurred.
Understood.
And I think I can clarify. So I think you're trying to get to how the 2.435 number that's shown in page 180. If you take, so let me rephrase, I'm sorry. We have a supplemental request of 2,435,976. So if you take the 2.184 on page 181, and you also add to it the 246,000 of costs that are still to be completed,
On 182, yep.
you should get 2 million. I think it comes to 2,435,976. So you have to add those two up to get to that supplemental request.
Thanks. And Ms. Day, the number you referenced, the 11,069,359, that's exactly what I was trying to tie to. I was trying to add, and I did see on page 182 that has the work remaining to be completed. Ultimately, I added up all the components that I thought should get to that number, and I got to 11,04607. So it's off by $5,248. Like, that's my ultimate question of like, why is, and I can give you again the numbers I used to get to my number.
No, I see it. It could be a slight math calculation. I think it's you said you were off by roughly 5,000
Yes.
out of the 11 million.
Yes, and before the people in my
Yep.
office make fun of me, I'm not chasing after the 5,000. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding, like, if I'm missing how to understand how the total request is derived generally.
Yep. And typically, I do think we may have a slight math error
Okay.
in these tables for the amount of roughly $5,000, but your methodology is correct.
Okay.
You can tell them that back at the office. And
Thank you. Do you hear that, Mr. Zablowski? Okay. Thank you. Going back to the chart on page 181. I think my understanding of what's on this chart is that that's showing the expenditures above and beyond the 8.638 that was authorized in the prior supplement. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And I think, Ms. Day, you had already mentioned at this point, when this form was prepared in December of 2023, that 2.184 million had already been spent.
Based on what's written here, I think that's true. I'll say, I think in order to get the best numbers for this point in time, I think we would have to look at our work management system. It appears to me that this is the type of additional information that may have been requested. And if I'm looking at this table, it appears to me that some of these are estimates. So for example, I'm sorry to make us all count row numbers. Maybe we'll just do the second one. So that property demo at 47 North River Street is around 260,000, which I think if we go back in our in our work management system and really identified that, I think we would find it was a slightly different number. So again, I think this information was intended to provide context for the reviewers, and the kind of supplement cost summary table that has the blue colors on 182, I think is intended to be what's required in the template. So I think there's an element of estimation where the engineers and project managers were trying to provide additional information to leadership for their review, but it may not reflect exact actuals, right? I think it was more intended to give them an idea of what's going on, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to add to that, I think this is a great project to illustrate what I was mentioning earlier today, where there are times where obstacles may be presented in a project that create variances, and we have to continue with that work. And you can see from the list of items shown on page 181, many of these costs are construction type costs that you can't anticipate in totality. at the start of a project. And so the work will continue and the documentation prepared after the fact to be able to supplement that request.
Thank you. And that was where I was going with my last question, was just I noticed that this is like a little more than a 25% over the last supplement. And my question was going to be, based on my understanding just of the thresholds, that would have exceeded the threshold. But I think you just responded that this is an example, like you mentioned before, of one where like this was the soonest point in time where it made sense to request a supplement. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we do not leave assets in an unsafe environment out in the field. We have to continue constructing them. If we were to stop, we would potentially be incurring even more cost. It cost money to demobilize and then remobilize. If we wanted to try and get a better estimate, that may require additional test holes or other types of construction techniques to be able to estimate it. So it's safest for our customers to continue to construct that asset, which is needed, and then document those variances after the fact.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move to YGS Capital 2A2, which is like the second part of this same exhibit as I understand it. Again, the redacted version.
I'm there. Are you there? Yes, we're there.
Okay. So starting on page 7, this is another supplement request form for project 200306. This is seeking to increase the approved budget from 527,000 to 1.312 million, which is a 148% increase. And I noticed that this form was requested on this for where it says date prepared, it's February 26, 2024. And if you open ENG 1 supplement 4 attachment 1A.
Yep, I'm there.
And you go to, I think I have it as Excel row 248. I can get you the line number when I scroll down there. Making sure I'm right about it. That would be line 234. Yep, that's the same. That's this project, correct?
Hold on 1 minute. Let me just,
Sure.
we'll check that. It was project 200306, correct?
Yes. So when I scroll over on this spreadsheet to the project completion date, it says May 21st, 2021.
Correct.
So was this supplemental request form submitted like years after this project was complete?
It was, and I just want to clarify that the project complete date represents the date that all of the field work was completed and the asset was made ready for the customer. Many times on our projects, cost, especially when it comes to paving, cost can accumulate on the work order for a year, sometimes 2 years later. Depends on the paving requirements. We typically, and you know what, I'll let Ms. Day kind of go through the engineering aspect of the paving. I think she's better equipped than I am.
Right, so I'm looking at page 8 of Exhibit YGS Capital 2. And it does specifically talk about what Mr. DeRogers is referencing, the restoration. So a lot of times when we see more complex restoration, especially after the city shuts down a job. So what you can have is you can have a delay that requires temporary restoration with final restoration happening much later. and it appears that's what happened on this project. It looks like they also required some special level of restoration in order to support a parade. And when we see those types of reasons for cost increases and delays, it's hard for us to develop the estimate until that restoration work is complete. So sometimes we aren't able, even though, again, within the company and within management and the project management organization, we're all aware of the fact that this is, going to be ultimately the result of this project. And even though the assets are in service, there are still remaining charges associated with that restoration work that can be incurred later. Because I think, as we've mentioned in some prior testimony, you can have a job that's field complete, but there are still some remaining tasks on that job that remain not complete, one of which can be restoration. And so, and because those restoration costs may then exceed your initial estimate, you would be required to submit a path as soon as you have a clear understanding of what those restoration costs were. And in kind of specific instances like this, we can't really know that until the restoration is complete or close to being complete.
Thank you. Just one second. I closed my document with my questions on it, so I'm reopening it. Apologies. So we're just discussing project 200306, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. When I open ENG 001 supplement for attachment A1, I can see the work order in service dates for that project. Is that correct?
And just to be clear, we're still referring to project 200306 Waterbury Center. Okay, thank you.
Yes. I see those starting on line 24887 of that document.
Did you say 1A or A1?
A1.
Oh,
I think
I'm
that's
sorry.
the place where the work order in service dates are.
I believe it's SP2.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's supplement 2. I apologize. ENG 001 SPO2 attachment A1. And I also just gave you the wrong line number if you were listening. It's supposed to be 24870. Actually, 71.
We're there.
Okay. So I'm looking at the work order in service dates for this project, and I see they're all in 2021 except for 3 work orders. Does that sound correct? I can give you like the lines of the 3 that I see that were in 2024.
No, I see them.
So would the amounts of those work orders sum up to the like $500,000 of supplemental authorization that's being requested on this form? Like with that?
Could you just repeat that one more time?
Sure. So we just talked about how this supplemental request form was submitted like 3 years after the project complete date. And it sounds, and I understood the testimony to discuss that the difference between the project complete date and the fact that there might still be work to be done. My question was, would the entirety of the amount that's in the supplemental request be driven by those 3 work orders that weren't incurred until 2024?
Not necessarily, because a work order can be placed in service and the asset is useful to the customer, and paving can still be charged to the work order that's in service. So the example that Ms. Day spoke about with paving restoration, those charges will get charged to the appropriate work order that represents the asset for that project. So even though the work was placed in service, those work orders remain chargeable for a period of time after they're placed in service to be able to collect the dollars for some of the restoration, any type of ancillary costs.
Okay. Is it normal for that, like, the remaining work to be done after the project completion date to take like 3 years to complete?
I would say that's the exception.
Okay.
It's not totally unheard of, though, in our experience, right? I'm sure you'd be able to find other examples, and they would be, similar situations where there's a lot of coordination with other utilities, special restoration requirements, delays that are driven by other parties. Those are usually the types of situations that we see driving those, exceeded timeframes beyond what we initially estimated. But as I mentioned, we do, I imagine you would be able to find other examples. It's not like this is the only one that we've ever experienced.
Thank you. And going back to page 7 of YGS Capital 2A2 redacted, which I think, Ms. Day, you were looking at a minute ago. I was reading the justification for additional resources section, and it says there are many other utilities in the rights of way, but in this project, we had to work extremely closely with the water company. There are many reasons this project went over budget. So I took that to mean that this money had already been spent as of the time of this supplemental request. Is that a fair assumption?
Well, I think we've established that because the supplement was written in 2024.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of the timing. I mean, so you probably understand the concern of the Office of the Consumer Counsel to say, why are we paying for an over 100% increase in budget costs for a project that's listed as being completed 3 years prior? And I'm understanding the testimony to be explaining that, but I'm still just trying to get a sense of like, well, this is still a supplemental request form that was submitted after the money was spent at some point, even in that 3-year span. So do you know how long it took, like the gap between when these expenses were actually incurred and when this supplemental request was made?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I think one of the, hold on 1 minute, I may be able to get some.
And I just want to clarify, and so that Attorney Wheel is referring to pages 7 and 8, and you're referring to the work that was done to accommodate the city in terms of the additional paving that's referred to on page 8, or you're referring to some other work on page 7, just to be clear in terms of where you're focusing.
My question is,
Ms. Day did testify in terms of to accommodate Waterbury's request for it to accommodate a parade. There was additional paving that's described on page 8.
yep, my question is just about the timing of, like, the authorized request as of 2021 was $527,000. The company came back in 2024 and said, now we need $785,000 more dollars. My understanding is that that money that had already been spent as the time of this request. My question is, when was that money spent? I don't know.
We could probably get some additional details around when it was spent, but I do want to point out that in ENG 001 Supplement 2, Attachment A1, where we were just looking at the work orders, you can see there that there was additional in-service. These are capital additions. So it's This is just capital additions. We had additions in the amount of 103,000 charged in calendar year 2023. So there were initial charges or in-service additions, I should say, in 2021, another 926,000 in 2022, 103,000 in 2023. Seems like there may have been credit associated with some of the costs that did hit in 2024. But again, these are additions, not total CapEx. And so there were costs that were incurring all the way up until 2023 and potentially even some journal corrections into 2024.
Understood. I understand the distinction between the capital additions and the direct cost, but for instance, I think you just said in 2022, there was like over 900,000 in capital additions. So that itself exceeds the total authorized budget as of 2021, right?
Correct. And as we explained, like those situations do occasionally occur, and we won't stop work in order to write a supplement that'll put both our assets and our customers in potential harm. So we will continue the work, even though we may have obstacles that have come up in the case of construction.
Understood. So over the nearly 3 years between the initial authorization form and this supplement, the company, there was no occasion to stop work and check to see if it was okay to overspend by over 100%?
Well, I think that goes back to our project management and sanctioning committee meetings. So during those meetings, the company and leadership discusses whether those changes are acceptable, whether the new plan is acceptable essentially. And so because our PAP process requires an estimate in order to be submitted, even if the company is aware of those changes and accepts the need to make those changes, we wouldn't have an associated supplemental path until we have sufficient information that we can generate a new estimate.
Okay. Can I ask as a late file request, and I'm hoping you can help me with like specifically what I need to ask for, but what I want to understand is like the dates of incurrences of the cost like tracked along this project. And I don't know whether, I mean, I'm curious your opinion of whether that means like the invoice dates and the amounts, or I guess like, I guess my initial question is, in the company's view, like what would be the documentation that would most clearly show that?
Sure. So what we can provide is the dates where, and I think it's appropriate for this project in this example to get you comfortable, at a cost element view, which will show you the different types of charges that hit this project. We can provide a breakdown of when the CapEx was incurred, not necessarily the additions, but the year and the month of the capital expenditures at that cost element level. And if you wanted, we could provide the invoices associated with this particular project as well, if you think that would be helpful within the review.
I would also like to suggest that we provide a narrative, because I think sometimes it can be helpful for us to, tell the story in addition to what you can see in the spreadsheets.
That would be very helpful for us too. So if I could request as a late file exhibit, all three of those, the capital expenditures by date, the invoices, but I think those could be presented similarly to the invoices for RU, I want to say 8. We were discussing it before. I don't need to see the actual invoices, but the list of the vendor and the amounts and the dates received, and then a narrative.
Absolutely, we can do that.
And just so we have it in the record, this is the Waterbury Center Means project. It's project 200306. Is that correct, Attorney Wheel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is late file exhibit 118.
Thank you.
Yes.
Page 488 of YGS capital 2A2.
Is this project number 190224?
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Um, do you happen to know, I just noticed on this one, like for doing a similar review for the as we just discussed for the last project, that the estimated in-service date for this project was like a little under 1 month shy of 3 years prior to the actual supplement request form date. Do you know? I guess my first question is that a distinction again between the in-service date, meaning like when the project was expected to be live and providing service to customers versus when the project was entirely closed out? Would that explain part of the differential there?
Yep. Can you just give me 1 minute? I just would like to confer.
Sure.
Thank you.
We're just double checking one thing.
I think what this may be is a kind of a copy paste from the original PAF authorization form. Because if you go to page 481, which was the initial project authorization form, you can see it has the same estimated in-service date. So in preparation of the supplement, we'd have to go back and just check with the project managers, but it could be that they just kept that same field within the estimated in-service date on the supplement. So I think it's just a kind of a carbon copy of the original form.
Okay. Thank you. I move on to the third of these same documents, so YGS capital 2A3 redacted.
We have it.
Okay. Still loading on mine. So 1 second. When I told the panel which exhibits I was going to ask about, I myself should have pre-opened them on my laptop to avoid this delay. I'm sorry. I'm almost, my progress bar is almost full. Okay, I'm going to ask about, start on page 457.
Yep.
Okay, so this is another supplemental request form. This is requesting, as I understand it, a 79% increase from the authorized 199,745 to 357,620. My first question was, this project is under the $500,000 threshold for the documentation that I thought the company was providing here. Is there a reason like that we have documentation of this project that's less than that threshold?
Yep, our authorization policy requires a PAF to be created at 500,000. But within the policy, it also states that we have the ability and liberty to be able to create project authorization forms for projects under $500,000 if it's helpful in the review and approval of projects, which in many cases we do. I think that is one of the main reasons why we were able to provide PAF documentation for 97.7% of the total capital additions in this case. So even though this particular request is under 500,000, from a project management standpoint, it made sense to create a supplemental form to be able to just document some of the changes associated with this project. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I just want to add that, and I know we talked about this earlier, but again, I think this is a good example. A lot of how supplements help us as a company is it helps us to identify issues that we can then, or, issues that may come up again, right? Because a lot of gas projects are similar to each other. We're working in similar towns, digging trenches, putting in new main, all that kind of stuff. So we can use this process to help all of us, leadership and the project managers, understand what happened that led to this increase and use that information to help us create better estimates and better processes on similar projects in the future. So again, I want to identify that this is what we would categorize as a muni project. So if you look on page 457 of the same exhibit that we're on, it's relocation of conflicted facilities. So, this is a type of project, where it's kind of a municipality driven project where we have to do a lot of often investigation work and a lot of coordination with the municipality to understand what those conflicts are and then resolve them on a timeline that works for all parties. I think we recognize as a company that those are the types of projects where, as we identified in a previous project, we can see kind of some issues that lead to delays and et cetera. And so I believe that although this supplement wasn't required, the company and the project manager saw it as an opportunity to generate some learnings. Thank you.
Thanks. On page 457, which we were already on, I think, the last bullet point at the bottom says, while the project was estimated to be completed in 2017, most of the construction activity took place in 2018 and 2019, which saw increase in contractor as well as ancillary services costs. And that's listed as justification for additional resources. But similar theme to what I was asking about before, this form was prepared in 2023, like 4 years after 2019. So is this asking for for this increase based on costs up to 2019?
So I'll start off by saying we'd have to check to see when the costs were incurred because the construction activity, it says here, took place in 2018 and 2019. But I'm not sure from this PAF document when the restoration occurred. And that could have been the determining factor that triggered it for a supplemental request. So we'd have to check on that one. And but that could be an explanation because I know restoration is typically well after the project costs.
And would this potentially be another instance where, similar to the last late file exhibit, you would like kind of the three items that we talked about before, the capital expenditure by date at the cost element level, the invoices, and the kind of narrative explanation?
Sure. I'm kind of more interested in the narrative explanation on this one because I think it is this similar concern, but my more specific question here is that the justification as listed on the form itself seems to be referencing costs only up to 2019. So like if the narrative that's this one could also explain like why the form wouldn't have referenced more recent costs, that would also be helpful.
Absolutely. And again, before going into additional detail, this form does reference the construction activity. And so I know that it might not make sense, but again, for the purposes of the people who are primarily reviewing this document, Eversource leadership construction activity really means the work that our construction group does, which is the main and service installation and retirement type work and not restoration activities. So I think, again, before performing initial review, what that indicates to me is that those final costs that were incurred were the restoration costs. And this narrative description here is referring to the actual main relocation activity.
Thank you. So Chairman, that late file request would be the same information sought in the prior request, but this time as to project 160308.
160308.
Yes.
Thank you. That is late file exhibit 119.
I also, and this is sort of a separate, so I have more questions about this project, but separate from, I think separate from that late file. I tried to kind of cross-reference the in-service date like I did in the last one. So I opened up ENG1 supplemental attachment 1A and found this project. One moment.
It was supplement 2, correct? ENG
Yeah.
001, supplement 2,
Uh,
attachment
no,
A1.
this one is actually supplement 4. Supplement 2 would be for the, I wasn't looking for the work order in service dates. I was looking for the project completion date. So supplement 4, attachment 1A.
Are you at line 527, that exhibit attorney wheel?
Yes, which is Excel row 541.
That was ENG
We're
1.
there. We're essentially there.
And this line of questioning might not even require you to see this particular line. So this is one of several projects on this exhibit where on project completion date, it references note E on this exhibit. And note E explains that the company is reviewing projects with that designation for completion dates and will update in the supplemental response that I think we've talked about before that's planned for mid-June. So I have sort of just a general question about that. I filtered the Excel file like by that designation and found 109 projects in here with that note E designation. Does that sound correct?
Subject to check, I think. I do see it several times as I scroll through, so I'll take your word for it, subject to check.
I get 106.
I must be. I also, perhaps I had an error in filtering, but I also was trying to see what the level of in-claimed additions for that was. And based on my 109, I got 68.692 million. I assume that you're seeing something less for 106. Unless I maybe hit the wrong key on my notes.
Yeah, we noticed that there's actually a split in the Excel sheet.
Oh, yeah.
So if you just filtered on the top one, we wouldn't be getting the full population. So what was that number you referenced?
68,692,394.
I'm sorry, the number of,
109, 109.
that looks correct,
Okay.
subject to check.
Okay. And I guess subject to check, if I isolated the in-service additions for all of those 109 projects, that would show me the amount of in-service additions for which no in-service date is yet provided.
So the note represents,
And I'm sorry, I'll amend my question,
Yeah.
for which no project completion date is yet provided. Sorry to interrupt you.
so there's no project completion date that has been provided as referenced in Note E. However, there are work orders associated with this that have been placed in service, so there is an asset that is useful.
Okay,
Um, And we just haven't calculated the full project completion date associated with it, but those work orders are placed in service and represent assets that are useful.
okay. And I assume if I went back to, I'm going to try this from memory, and I'd probably be wrong, but if I went back to ENG 1 supplement 2 to find the work order in service dates, and I could kind of calculate all of those. I guess my question is, would the total for in-service, plant in service for these projects be the sum of all the work orders that have entered service?
It would be.
Okay. And how is it, like, what is it that the company has to investigate to determine the project completion dates for these projects?
Hold on 1 minute. Let me just confer. Thank you. Thank you for the extra time. So for some of the earlier projects, the company went through a system conversion, a work management system conversion. I believe that was in 2018, 19 timeframe. So there was data that was transferred over from systems, and we needed some additional time to be able to filter through some of the complexities of finding that data that typically happens when you have a system conversion. From what I understand, we do have most, if not all, of that information, and that's why we have agreed to supplement it.
Okay, thank you. I found a few more projects where there was a similar issue with the difference between a supplement request form date and the project completion date. I can go through them, or if it makes more sense to the company, I can just ask for similar late files based on the project numbers. Would that be acceptable?
I think that would be very acceptable for us and be a good use of our time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm realizing now, Chairman, maybe it would have made sense to put these all in a single late file. So I would defer to the authority on that.
That's okay. If I could just understand, so late file exhibit 118 and 119 were identical, but for the project number. And so what you're suggesting is you have additional projects you'd like the same late file for. I'll just keep them as individual late files for each project, but if you just want to read out the project numbers subsequently, then I'll provide the late file numbers.
Sure. The first project number would be 180300.
Okay,
Then 190049.
okay,
And one more would be, sorry, one moment. I have the page numbers, so I gotta go to them and pull the project numbers. 190039.
okay. So those become late file exhibits 120, 121, and 122.
We just want to thank Attorney Wheeler for the very efficient approach to dealing with the issue. Thank you.
Sure. I have like 3 or 4 questions about an interrogatory response, and then I would move on to a different topic. So I'm thinking maybe after these next 3 or 4 questions might be a good time to break for lunch.
Sure, let me know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could you open OCC 343?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. So the kind of sub-question C we asked was, please provide an example of a proposed budget that was rejected and why it was rejected. And the response provided discussed how there can be several iterations to this process, with each iteration not formally approved or rejected, but discussed and adjusted until the budgets are deemed acceptable. Is the process that you're describing the review of the project authorization forms and the supplement request forms? Or does it include that review?
Yeah, so prior to a project authorization form entering into our power plan system for official authorization, we do have levels of review at various meetings. There's constructability reviews that occur where management and executives will look at the proposed project and maybe want to make adjustments based on field conditions or engineering conditions. So sometimes those are the iterations that we're talking about where a project has not been officially submitted for authorization, but it goes through various review stages prior to it getting into the power plant system for approval.
Okay, thanks. And the official submission for authorization would be the PAF?
That'd be the project authorization form. However, there are, all projects have to go through a delegation of authority approval within power plan, regardless of the dollar size of them. The PAF form is required once it reaches that $500,000 threshold, but the project, even if it's for less than 500,000, will still have to be approved in our power plan system through the delegation of authority process.
Okay,
And sorry, could you just give me a moment? I just want to look at the portion of our initial testimony that this response is referencing to make sure we're talking about the right budget.
sure. And maybe to save some time, I think I understand this may have been a reference to like the 5-year capital plan, like the broader budget. Is that correct?
Yes, my team just set me straight like they normally do. The question was referring to the overall, I think, 5-year capital plan,
Okay,
which has a same concept, just not at the granular detail that you do at the projects level for the PAF authorization. But it's still the same concept where management teams are gather and they review the necessary capital spend that they feel is required for the upcoming year. And there are several iterations that will occur prior to the final budget being submitted to our board of directors or whoever has to approve it based on the size of the budget.
thanks. So with the understanding that that interrogatory response was referring to something else, I do have more questions getting back to the project authorization forms on the project level. Are project authorization forms ever not approved?
You mean within our system, within our power plant system?
I mean, generally, like my understanding is that the form is submitted seeking authorization of a budget. Is the form ever, I mean, is the authorization ever not provided after the form is submitted?
Can I just
I think-
clarify, is the question, is the project never not approved, or is like a first draft of it not approved? I just want to make sure they're giving you what you're looking for.
My question is, subsequent to the submission of a project authorization form, is the form ever not approved?
Yep. So I will say that there are times when a project PAF or a project within our power plant system will get submitted for approval and it does get rejected. A specific project will get rejected because either an executive or management personnel want to potentially see different alternatives, or maybe there is a scope change that wasn't originally thought of. So there are occasions when, excuse me, a specific project will get rejected and reworked and resubmitted.
And I'd also like to add that even outside of the power plan process, there are levels of review before it gets submitted to power plan. So for example, if I'm listed as the approver on a path, to speak to my own personal knowledge, I ask the people who are submitting those paths to me to allow me to review it before it goes into the system. And if upon my review, I want them to make some changes, then I would expect those changes to be made before I see it in Power Plan and then ultimately approve it within the Power Plan system. And I'll say that within that process, I personally have, sent a path back to get some changes, including, even basic administrative ones. So, for example, sometimes I'll be listed as the approver, but I'll indicate that someone else should actually be the approver. And that would all happen outside of the power plan system potentially.
Okay. Does a similar question to what I just asked about the project authorization forms, subsequent to the submission of a supplement request form, is that ever not approved?
Are you asking, let me just rephrase, are you asking if there could be situations where a supplemental request form gets submitted and rejected and not approved?
Yes.
Yes, that could happen too.
Okay. Would it be possible to provide project authorization and supplement request forms that were submitted for the projects that are being sought for inclusion in rate base in this proceeding that were rejected, and specifically on the basis of, like, on a cost basis? Like if the rationale for rejecting it was that the cost was too high?
So we may have some system limitations to be able to provide those. Within our power plant system, we will input documentation, which will go through an approval process. But if the project is not fully approved, that documentation can get altered up until the point in time where the project is fully approved. So many times we will alter the original document within PowerPlan and resubmit it for authorization. And I'm not sure if we have the ability to actually see the virgin copies of those.
Could I just ask for it as a late file, and to the extent that it's not possible to provide it for that or any other reason, you could just provide that as like a narrative explanation of why any single project or all of them couldn't be provided with any rationale you want to provide?
And I guess to clarify, would it be acceptable or responsive to the request if those were rejections that happened outside of the power plan system? So they, they don't necessarily have the level of formality associated with power plan because it's directly required through our accounting procedures and policies. But would those kind of more informal rejections be sufficient to respond?
Yes, we'd be happy to take whatever the company wants to provide. I mean, what we're looking for transparently is some sort of documentation that shows that there's an internal process where there are circumstances where management says this costs too much, like go back and make it cost less.
Yes, the man sitting next to me makes sure that we don't spend too much. So we do have examples where projects have had rejections. Mike, just to clarify, we don't have the ability to produce every single one systemically from a system, but we can absolutely provide and go through our records and try and find any project that did have some of those rejections.
Thank you.
I would also just like to add that there may be additional cost-saving measures that the company employs during its engineering and design process, right? So within our organization, we have a budget that we have to stick to. And so for us, in engineering and operations and maintenance and construction, we're always trying to stretch each dollar as far as we can because we see each project that we do as providing safety and reliability benefits to our customers. And so I recognize that wouldn't necessarily be included in this process, but those are definitely cost-saving measures that we also work towards to identify ways that we can perform projects or get additional benefits at a reduced costs.
Thank you. So Chairman, that late file, I guess I'll ask the company if it's fair to frame it this way of, could you just produce documentation of projects that are submitted for inclusion in rate base in this proceeding, showing any circumstance where either initial budget authorizations or supplemental authorizations were internally not approved. Does that make sense?
That does. We can provide that.
It
And
does.
just to clarify, it may be a subset and may not be in totality of all of
It would
them.
be examples, right, as would be responsive.
I mean, we'll take whatever the company's able to provide. And if the company can only provide examples, it'd be helpful if there's a narrative explaining like why only examples could be provided. Does that work?
Okay, and that is late file exhibit 123.
Thank you. And I think I have one last question before the break, which is in the several circumstances in the record where a supplemental request form was submitted and approved after the money was already spent, what would happen if management determined retroactively that that wasn't an appropriate use of funds?
So because we have monthly project management meetings where we are reviewing these costs in real time, by the time it gets to a supplemental officially being approved in the system, these are not projects that are surprises to any of our executive team. They have seen these projects already. We've discussed them at all of the various financial meetings that we have and the project management meetings. So at that point in time, these are not surprises to them. We've discussed them thoroughly.
Okay. Thank you. And that's a good time for me to break if it works.
Chairman, just for administrative understanding, does Attorney Will have an estimate just in terms of how much longer he has for this panel? Just wanted to inquire in terms of for the remainder of the afternoon in terms of depreciation and environmental. So just wanted to query if he has an estimate.
I'm going to endeavor to keep it to, I think I'm about 2 hours in so far today, and I'm going to try to keep it to an hour after lunch.
Okay. Thank you. We will resume at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Like ready to like dress for a change in season yet because like you find it. I just got. You're fine. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Before we begin, I need to ask the party's indulgence, if that what I had captured for that last late file in my shorthand is gonna be clear enough. If, we listed as produced documentation of projects submitted for inclusion in rate base in this proceeding, showing where internal authorizations were not approved. If examples only, provide a narrative explaining why not all can be produced. Is that shorthand going to be understood by both the company and OCC?
It works for me, but I'll defer to the company.
Yes, that works for the company also, unless the witnesses have any further clarification.
We agree.
Thank you.
Okay, and that was LAFA Exhibit 123, according to,
Yes, correct.
thank you. Thank you for the indulgence. Anything further before we resume cross?
I'll just note that we now have Seth Kruger on the panel, so if he could be sworn in.
Mr. Kruger, if you could please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
Yeah.
Thank you. Attorney Will.
Thank you. My next set of questions, I'm going to be asking about ENG 001 supplement 4 attachment 1B. I'm also going to get to YGS capital 3A, which is the bulk support, the third for capital 3, which I'm actually going to open myself right now so that we don't have to wait for me to load it. So if the panel can let me know when you've got ENG 1 supplement 4 attachment 1B open, I can start.
Yes, we're all set. We have both open.
Okay. So on line 227, which is Excel row 239, it's project 22C703.
You said Excel line,
239.
oh, Excel line 239.
Yeah,
Okay.
Excel row 239, labeled line 227.
Yep. And can you repeat the project? Was it 22C?
703. Yes.
Yep.
So this project shows a 51.14% variance as of March 2024 of $145,742. And we saw this document hopefully includes narratives with explanations for variances over 15%, as I understand it. And the explanation here starts with the phrase overtime premiums for weekend work and extended hours to meet the project schedule and to prepare for / execute the PIP procedure. My first question is, does the company keep track of like the proportion of a variance like this that would be attributable to overtime?
Wrong button. We can get the actuals broken down by overtime specifically. So yes, we can track it at that cost element level.
And that would also be one of the items that's specifically talked about in the project management and sanctioning, well, certainly in the project management and generally in the sanctioning committee meetings as well, because the new estimate would include those line items and be included in those discussions.
Okay. I don't need to ask for, I heard the proffer, I don't need to ask for that for this project. My question was sort of more whether like that's internally tracked, but it sounds like it would be. Is it fair to say that that $145,742 number is derived from like there are individual drivers that got the company there, and one of those drivers would have been overtime?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there written policies or procedures governing like when overtime work is can be authorized, or is it like project specific?
Yep. Can you hold on for 1 minute as I confer?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. Can you just repeat the question? I want to make sure I'm answering it appropriately.
Yeah, the question is just whether there's like a pre-established policy or procedure governing when overtime can be used on a project like this, or if it's like determined subjectively on a project level.
No, no, there's no policy or procedure. It's based on kind of the individual circumstances. We prepare and we plan to do this on straight time, but there are situations that occur that may require overtime.
Okay, so would that decision be made? Did Mr. Kruger have anything to add? Sorry, I don't want.
I would like to add, specific to the project with the PIP. When performing a PIP, we do take customers out of service. So there may be times that, due to the inconvenience to the customer, that we do have to work overtime to restore service to those customers during those types of projects.
Thank you. And what does PIP stand for? PIP?
Pressure in place.
I've heard it as pressure increase in place, but we,
Okay.
call it either.
Okay, thank you. So the decision to authorize the incurrence of overtime, would that take place in the kind of process that we've discussed so far today, about kind of ongoing meetings about a project as like the monitoring of how the project's going?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So it depends on the project. If it's known before the project starts, meaning if a municipality or some other circumstances that we know about pushes us to nights, weekends, that type of thing, or a pressure in place type project where we have to get the customers back on, we would include that in our original constructability review. However, things change during a lot of projects. There's timelines if, and again, we coordinate with other contractors. If they're running behind and the project needs to get done by a certain time frame, we might authorize overtime. Example, a bridge is closed. There's only a certain amount of time to run utilities over that. They want to get the bridge back open. Many things happen during construction projects where delays happen, where we're up against it in terms of a timeline to open that bridge. And again, this is just an example. We would possibly authorize extended days, more hours to try to get the project done and meet the timeline of whether the state or the municipality.
Thank you.
Attorney Wheel, could I just add what a PIP really is? It's when we are utilizing existing plastic assets, so to say. So it's not a conventional trench project where we would replace pipe by direct bury. This would be taking pipeline out of service, such as plastic, to reutilize those assets. And over a series of pressure increases, we would uprate that segment of pipe or repressure test it to a new MAOP.
Thank you. And going back to Excel row 239, but we're just looking at in this exhibit, this explains that the overtime variance here was driven to meet the project schedule. So would that align, Mr. Kruger, with what you were suggesting? The project schedule would be that there's an acceptable amount of time for the project to be open because of the customer impact?
That is correct. We would schedule through those weekly meetings, we'd coordinate between our maintenance departments, meter service departments, and have appropriate Eversource personnel on site. So when we enter into a PIP and it starts, it's, once it starts, we have to execute. And it could go over the 8 hours that we plan normally for standard hours. And when it does enter into overtime, we do have a process in place where the operations approves overtime and they're aware of PIPs. We have a process in place that certain work centers, when we do this type of work, because it is so unique, we have a process for approval for situational awareness that we're taking customers and segments of gas main out of service. Therefore, when we start these types of projects, we do have to complete them in the event it runs into overtime.
Thank you. And in that, going back to the Excel exhibit, in column Q, I think that's actually a reference to the Excel column Q, that column shows where applicable references to the documentation, like where we can find the project. This one points us to YGS Capital 3A, page 1247. So that's where I want to go next.
You restate the page?
1247, 1,420, 1,247. My first question is, I referenced this page in the documentation and I didn't see a supplemental request form that explains this variance. Do you know why that is?
Yes, I do. So if you go back to ENG 001, supplement 4, attachment 1B, you'll see in column Q, hold on, let me just confirm. So there's a reference to note A in there.
Yep.
So this project is under $500,000. So by the authorization policy, we weren't even required to produce a PAF. We did in this particular circumstance, and the variance was greater than 15%. So we're not required by the policy to provide a supplement, but in order to be transparent in our project documentation, we did provide a variance explanation for this project in this Excel format.
Okay. Thank you. And I was also looking in the PAF, the PAF that's referenced here to try to see like a project schedule or see like a description of why it was important for this specific one to stay on schedule. Would that normally be included in a PAF, or is that sort of the kind of thing that's intuitively understood based on the kind of project it is?
I would say the latter there, based on a PIP. That's a project, Mr. Kruger mentioned that once you start a PIP and you have to finish that PIP because you take that main and customers out of service, you go through a process. Each project's a little bit different. But at the end of that, once everything is complete, we relight the customers up and get them back on service. So when you actually perform that PIP, it's a go until you complete, and then it would end.
Okay. That was kind of getting to my next question, which is whether there's like a cost analysis at the time of, so in the case of a PIP, is it sort of like we got to incur over time, however much that adds up to in order to get this project closed, or is there a decision-making process? Is part of the decision-making process like a cost-benefit analysis of, is it worth the cost of overtime in order to meet the project deadline?
Yeah, great question. One of the things that we go through with every PIP is we ask for the folks that are sponsoring the PIP to give us a separate estimate on direct buried costs or other ways of doing it other than a PIP. And there's a lot of criteria that goes with a PIP in terms of old records, pressure tests, many, many things. And all of those things have to come to a place where we approve the PIP. But out of that process is that we ask for alternatives to the PIP itself. We'll look at a direct bury job versus a PIP, compare those estimates, and part of that goes into, what is it for overtime? What is it for straight time? Contractor costs, things like that. Again, records are a big thing if we have all the records available to us to even consider a PIP. But at the end of it, again, we have an asset that we can upgrade, and we try to do that. However, we do that exercise that you're talking about of a cost comparison to other alternatives.
Okay.
It's often too, one of the factors that we identify is within the municipal constraints that we have. Typically, these plastic assets are in roadways that are under roadway moratoriums. So that is an alternative analysis that we look at, because when we excavate in a roadway that's under moratorium, it becomes cost prohibitive.
I'd also like to add that, while that overtime work is being performed, there are Eversource supervisors, there are inspectors who are managing that work, and there are many things that could potentially happen on a job that could lead them to cease the overtime work, even if customers are out of service. I mean, that would primarily be for safety, right? So like, if something were happening on the job site that, the supervisor thought was a potential safety incident, or anyone on the job site thought was a safety incident, we would institute a safety stop. And obviously that would inconvenience our customers, which we're always trying to avoid. But we are able to stop overtime work if, in our judgment, we need to. It's just the primary means by which we assess that is the safety, because in our view, having an extended customer outage is a potential safety concern also, depending on the circumstances. So we're often not just looking at a cost benefit analysis, but we're really trying to consider how can we make the system as safe as it can be throughout all phases of the implementation.
Thank you. My next wanted to ask about going back to ENG 001, Supplement 4, Attachment 1B, Excel row 250, which is line number 238.
Yes, I'm there.
This is project 21C011. So this one's a variance and over budget by 286%. And the explanation on this one also references overtime, specifically premiums for weekend work to meet the project schedule. In addition, that's not the only reason for the variance listed, but my questions are specific to overtime again on this one. And this also has a reference to YGS capital 3A to page 1299. I had some questions about that page number.
Give us a minute. We're still pulling it up. Thank you.
Sure.
We are there.
Okay. As an initial question, I think I already know, based on some discussions with you already, Mr. DeRosier,
Pretty close. DeRosiers.
DeRosiers, thank you. So this looks like another project where a PAF was submitted even though the project was under 500,000. And is that the reason why there also is not a supplemental request form for this variance, just like the last one?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. On page 1301 of this same, so just 2 pages further down, this is one of the forms that shows kind of a breakout of the costs. And overtime, I noticed, was listed on this original PAF at $0. So does that mean that like when the project was initially approved, there wasn't the expectation that there would be any overtime necessary?
That's correct. That's how it was originally estimated and planned.
Thank you. And this project, it looks like, was to install a number of meters in a, is it like in a residential development? An apartment building, it says on page 1299.
Yes, it looks like this is a new business project for a high-rise apartment building to provide gas to a high-rise apartment building
Okay.
in London.
So in this circumstance, there weren't customers yet who were, like, this was a new building that was being built?
As I'm reading it, I believe that is correct. We can check. But as I'm reading it, that's what I believe this is.
Yeah, it's similar questions the last time. I'm just trying to get a sense of the urgency. Was the urgency just to align with like the site owners, like construction deadlines?
Just a minute, we're getting someone back here who might have more familiarity with this project. Thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate the extra time. Thank you. So one thing to note, in ENG 001 supplement 4 attachment 1B, Excel column V, you can see that the project completion date was in December. For this particular project, I believe it was initially delayed, and then we were waiting for the customer. The customer became available, and we needed to make sure that they had gas for the winter season. You can see it's December. So that's the reason why we had to incur overtime to ensure that the customer was turned on in time to have heat.
Okay. And did you get a chance to confirm that this was a new, like, apartment building project?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So were there like residents in the building that winter of 2022?
I'm not sure if we can confirm if there were residents in the building. I know that we could check pretty sure the developer needed it at that point in time.
Like maybe there's plumbing in place already?
Exactly.
Okay, understood. Thank you. The last overtime project I wanted to ask about, going back to supplement 4 to ENG 1, attachment 1B. This one's on Excel row 507, which is line 484.
Okay, can we just confirm what project that is?
Yes, I also need to confirm that because one moment. Yeah, I think I gave you the wrong. I'm looking for project 23C252P. Oh no, I'm in the right place.
Yep.
Okay,
We're there.
thank you. So the variance explanation here, the reason I was thrown off a second ago is that the overtime reference isn't first in this one. It's kind of halfway through the explanation, and in that row Q, it says overtime premiums for night work due to permit restrictions. And I think, Mr. Kelly, you might have been speaking to this a minute ago, that sometimes a reason for overtime might be like a municipal requirement for when the work can be performed. Is that what this would be a reference to?
Yes, and it depends on the roadway traffic conditions. Municipality sometimes will ask us to work nights rather than days because of the congestion of the traffic. It's easier to get around, and obviously each situation is a little bit different. You know, residential areas, generally we try not to work nights because of the noise, but if conditions exist where we're impacting the traffic through the daytime hours, municipalities will ask for the crews to work at nighttime, and we accommodate that. We don't necessarily agree to it very quickly. We have discussions and try to avoid that as much as we possibly can, but there are occasions that we have to work nights based on the permit conditions.
Thank you. So this project doesn't have a EAF in the record because it's less than $500,000. So I guess, again, just getting back to my understanding, I asked you a question before about the previous PAF showed overtime as a line item as 0. Would this kind of project typically indicate overtime at the initial project authorization stage if it's driven by a permit requirement?
If we knew ahead of time that we were going to have permit restrictions, then yes, the overtime would be factored into the original estimate.
Okay. So for this one, since it's a variance driver, then the initially authorized cost of this project didn't take that, maybe like the company wasn't aware of that municipal requirement?
Well, it
at
could be the
initial-
volume as well, if there were other factors that produced overtime. So
I was going to mention that it's pretty often that when we go through permit discussions, specifically with DOT, we make every effort to perform the work during normal hours, which is typically 7 to 3. But it's fairly often that sometimes because of the disruption with the type of roadway work we do when we're on state roads, it's extra excavation with asphalt that's fairly deep, and then the gas mains are at a 36-inch depth. So it is a fairly significant disruption. Although we may have come to an agreement to perform work during the day specific to this project, knowing where it is on the I-95 overpass, we did cause a disruption, and that's where we were requested to perform some of our work at night, causing unforeseen overtime.
Okay, thank you.
For the future, could you make sure you move the mic closer?
Yep.
My next question's about back to ENG 1, supplement 4, attachment 1, but now I'm in A, so the other tab. Excel row 613, which is line 599. Project 2, and then a lot of zeros, and then a 7.
Just to confirm, that's Stanford Charter Communications. Is that what you have, Mr. Wheel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're there.
Okay. So this is another variance example, and the the rationale, the listed cause for the variance were cost overruns due to customer delay. And it says wait times due to customer not completing dig for main trench and services per installation agreement. Do you see that?
We do.
Okay. And the reference here is page 982 of YGS Capital 2A3. Sorry, I should have warned you. I didn't realize I was bouncing back to one of the two exhibits. So could you please open Capital 2A3, page 982?
And just to confirm, that's YGS Capital 3A redacted, page 982.
No, sorry, it's YGS Capital 2A3
Thank you.
redacted, page 982.
We're there.
Thanks. On page 985, sorry to make you move pages so fast. In bold, kind of halfway down, it says no CIAC required for this project. Is that, well, I'll back up just for foundation. CIAC's contribution in aid of construction, right? And normally in a project, generally where there's a project serving a particular customer, there can be circumstances where the customer has to pay some proportion of project costs that are generally the cost that the kind of customer imposes on getting service to their specific site. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what CIEC, contribution in aid of construction, or some people call it kayak. That's the notion behind that, right?
Correct.
So is the rationale for no kayak on this site because of the estimated rate of return of 26.85% on the hurdle rate?
That is correct. This is a situation where the revenues that would be brought in by this customer would have exceeded the cost to construct, and it would have resulted in a rate of return of 26.85 based on the hurdle rate. So no contribution was required.
Okay. Is there an analysis reconsidering the actual rate of return when there's an exceedance in budget like this, like where, like wouldn't the costs increasing for the project modify the calculation of that rate of return?
Can you give me 1 minute to just confer? Sorry for the delay, and just to make sure we are answering the question, would you mind repeating it? I apologize for that,
Sure.
but I just want to make sure I'm answering it correctly.
I think the question is like when there is a project like this one where it's determined that there's no kayak necessary because the rate of return exceeds the PURA defined threshold. If the ultimate costs of the project exceed the amount that was initially used for that calculation, is that recalculated to determine whether there should be a kayak after all?
We do not. We also do not go back if there's, on the flip side, kind of additional rate of return associated with it. So we do not go back and do a recalculation.
Okay. So to the extent that, to whatever degree this variance, whatever proportion of this variance is driven by the customer delay, that additional cost absorbed by the company isn't collected from this particular customer directly?
As I know it, we do not go back and redo the hurdle rate.
Okay. So all customers then absorb these costs that are caused by this customer's delay?
Yeah, so in this situation, we have not, and we do not redo the hurdle rate associated with it. So I think your statement is correct based on that.
Okay.
I would note, though, based on my read of that delay, it was still more cost effective than the company performing the trenching in order to complete that project.
Okay. I have a similar question about the project we were just speaking about, the apartment building with the meters. My understanding from the testimony was that the overtime cost there was similarly driven by the customer's own delay in building the project. Was there no consideration of imposing a kayak on that customer, or that, I mean, if the customer caused that delay, which caused the incurrence of the overtime, is there not like a consideration of the customer directly absorbing those costs?
I think my original statement, we don't go back and perform a postmortem on that hurdle rate.
Okay. Thank you.
If you could just bear with me for 1 minute.
Sure.
I just want to make one clarifying note that if we were to go back and do just a cost estimate, you're missing the revenue portion of it as well. So there could be situations where the revenue vastly exceeds the estimate for the hurdle rate calculation.
Okay.
So it's a two-way street with both cost and revenue.
Okay. Thank you. My last set of questions, we're almost there. I might actually make my 1 hour estimate. Going back to ENG 1 supplemental 4 attachments, both attachments 1A and B, which I think, are those the ones? Yep, those are the ones we've been looking at this whole time. So my understanding is that attachment 1A is the pre-2022 project authorization policy projects. That's correct?
That's correct. That's how we classified it.
Okay. So we ran through those. I'll just talk this through because this is all just to sort of get to my next question, but feel free to interrupt if you want. We ran through those and we found 474 projects in there that show higher plant additions than life-to-date costs. But our understanding of that is that might make sense. As we discussed yesterday, the life-to-date costs are showing only direct costs, not whole costs. So there's your expectation that would be the rationale for why there's a difference between those two values in that tab?
That is correct. That it's not an apples to apples comparison. One is just looking at direct CapEx to satisfy our policy for supplementation, and the other column is showing capital additions associated with that project.
Okay. Understood. So when we turn to the next tab, to 1B, which displays the post-2022 PAP projects where the total costs are included are kind of calculated in the cost to date section, shouldn't we expect that the total cost should be greater than or equal to the plant additions? Because the plant additions would be a subset of total costs?
In theory, yes. Is there a specific example you could point us to and we can try and walk through it?
Yes, that's what I'm getting to. So I found 3, and that's what I'm curious. And these might be late files, which is fine. But the first one we found was on Excel row 17 of, again, that's attachment 1B, which is labeled line 5, project CTG SVH22.
Yes, I see that project.
So that's showing total costs as of March 2025 of 3.53 million and plant additions of 3.992 million.
Yes, I see those two numbers.
Do you know offhand like why the plant additions would be $400,000 more than the total cost to date?
For that one, I would have to take a late file to investigate it.
Okay. We have the exact same questions about 2 other projects. So I think if I could just request a late file exhibit, it's 3 projects for the same question. Would that work?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Attorney Wheel, let's do this. Can you first restate the prompt that will be identical for the 3 projects and then give me the
Yes.
3 projects?
Yes. So first, the reference is ENG 001 Supplemental 4, Attachment 1A. Sorry, Attachment 1B. And the question is to explain why plant additions exceed total costs as to 3 projects.
Okay. And the 3 projects are?
The first is, I'll ask the company, does it work to give, would you prefer Excel row references or line references?
Can we do line references?
Okay, so the first is line 5, which is project CTG SVH22.
Yes, I can confirm that one.
The next is line 145, which is project 23711.
Hold on 1 minute. 23711,
Yes.
correct?
The last is line 534, 21C019.
Can you repeat that last?
Yep.
It was line number 534
Yes.
and the project?
Should be 21C019.
I
Oh,
don't,
it's 524. I'm being whispered in my ear that I typed it wrong.
524, project 21C019.
019. Yes.
I agree. Yes, we can provide in a late file the justification for why the CapEx, life-to-date CapEx. I'm sorry, cap adds exceed the life-to-date CapEx.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, mark that late file exhibit 124. 124, excuse me.
And that 15 minutes early concludes OCC's cross of this panel. 15 minutes early, but several hours later, the initial estimate. Thank you.
Thank you. EOE. Thank you. Attorney General. Commissioner Karen. Commissioner Conti. Okay, I think I just have one clarifying question. We were going back through the late file exhibits that authority staff requested yesterday, and there was specifically a late file exhibit 110. I think there was some back and forth between the panel about what definition to use for the term open work orders. And upon further reflection, I think we just wanted to be extra clear that what we were asking for was assets that have not yet been retired, so that the clarified late file exhibit request would be in full to quantify the cost of removal and salvage that is being sought for recovery in the instant proceeding that is associated with assets that have not yet been retired. Is that clarification clear?
Let me just confer with one of my colleagues if that's okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could you just repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. And replacing open work orders with assets that have not yet been retired, so that the late file exhibit in full is to quantify the cost of removal and salvage that is being sought for recovery in the instant proceeding that is associated with assets that have not yet been retired.
So it would be for the previous assets that were in place at the point in time in which those physical assets were retired, the removal costs associated with that.
I believe so. So, because I think yesterday when we had the back and forth about what constituted an open work order,
Yep.
I think we referred you back to the interrogatory where you used the phrase, and I think we thought it might be clearer to use the phrase assets that have not yet been retired.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Thank you. Brendan O'Brien.
Thank you. So again, that was a modification to late file exhibit 110, according to my notes. And that's all I have. So I'll ask the company if you need time to consider redirect.
Could we have a short recess to discuss outside?
Sure, we'll stand in recess.
Thank you.
Attorney Tisler?
Thank you. We do have limited redirect. Mr. Kelly, do you recall the conversation that you had with Attorney Wheel regarding PAFs and SRFs and whether or not the company reviews the budgets and has cost control measures in place around those reviews?
I did.
Okay. And in reference to that conversation, could you give us some examples of the cost containment strategies that the company uses and how is controlled through your checks and balances? And the rest of the panel is welcome to join in the answer as well.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So just to kind of talk a little bit about that, and we went into pieces of PAF first, actuals. I just wanted to kind of put all that process together. And really the way we look at this is the PAF is really the middle document or the middle of the process. And what I mean by that is many things that go into this process before we even get to the PAF approval. And what I mean by that is we do site visits out before construction happens. We look at things that could cost more money or things that within our MSAs, and I'll talk about that in a minute, unit cost, type of material that we use, construction activities, construction conditions. We look around for ledge as best we possibly can, outcrops coming out. We also look at other utilities, drainage, water, where it's located to try to save dollars on construction. And as we go through that, we work with both engineering and the construction group to do, again, walkthroughs and then constructability reviews based on the plans that we come up with, the designs that we come up with, the drawings that we ultimately submit to make sure that we're being the most cost effective as we possibly can. As part of that, when we finally get to a point where we start looking at what resources we're going to use for that particular project. We go through looking at internal costs versus external costs. We look at regions of that work being done. In several cases, we have more than one contractor in particular regions, and based on their pricing, we look at whether it's a 2-inch job, 4-inch job, 6-inch job, steel job. We look at their pricing to determine the low-cost provider there, and we'll make a selection. Once we get to that point that we determine that, we go through the PAF approval. And as many mentioned, there's many folks that are on that. We question the estimates. We question the timelines, all the internal, external labor, the material costs. If there's any special things like steel projects, we work with our partners in procurement, depending on the type of year, depending on the market, good example of that is through the pandemic, steel prices went through the roof. So we looked at possibly using plastic 12-inch rather than steel. But we also look at the timing of the year. If it is a bid project, and we work with procurement to bid that. And what I mean by that is there's certain times of year that you're going to get a high price when things are busy during construction season. You're looking for a project to be done. We like to try to bid out our projects in the fall of the prior year just to get the best pricing and certainly the availability of contractors. When you have more bidding the project, you have a better chance of getting a good price. But back to kind of the process, we go through at the middle stage of getting the PAF approved with the committee that we talked about. But as we execute that project, we have monthly review meetings with the project management team, the engineering team, the construction team. We go through each and every project. We determine where they're at with construction, what the costs are, if anything is going off of the estimate, meaning that things that we didn't know about, things that we didn't see during the constructability review or the estimates of the designs of the drawings. We talk about those. We figure out to the best we can of what the impact will be in terms of the cost. We also look at timing, because the timing of the project. And certainly we talked quite a bit today about customers' expectations, municipality expectations, working with DOT and others about schedules. We talked quite a bit about that and making sure that we're meeting those schedules. But ultimately, what we look at is the percent complete versus the dollars that we spent and any outliers that are happening at that point. Once the project is complete, as we mentioned, that's when the restoration piece comes in, and each municipality is a little bit different in terms of their requirements as well as state projects that we do. But there could be a period of time that we estimated, and again, an example that we were gonna, do a 2-foot cutback. The city or town requests because of the road condition that we have to go a little bit more. That wasn't in our estimate. We certainly work with every municipality to try to control those costs. And while we're doing restoration, we have similar contracts that we have multiple vendors that provide services for us, whether it's grind and inlays, same day paving, landscaping work, that type of thing. We select the lowest cost possible, and we have that work being done. But once we wrap that all up, if a project doesn't go back for a supplement, the way that we kind of have our checks and balance, if we did our due diligence at the front end before the PAF, we get to the PAF approval and the estimate and the construction costs come out within reason, then we feel that that's our checks and balances, that we did a good estimate. We executed that project based on the estimate. Everything went the way that we thought it should. And that's ultimately how we look at our projects to determine if we executed those projects within our estimates and within budget, and certainly within the timeline that we set out. One other thing that we do to control costs, we do a lot of construction, miles of pipe. We go through a process where we do a multi-year MSA with our contractors to determine low-cost providers. And what I mean by that is we bid by region. Based on the type of work that we have, whether that's plastic or steel work up to 12-inch. Anything usually over 12-inch, we bid out. And again, we go through that process that I mentioned earlier. But as we go through those regions and as we look at our work plans, we're always looking to try to use the low-cost provider in that region, whether that's internal or external. So again, we work with procurement quite a bit on that, and we procure the materials and things that we need, and we are in a specialty type field. Some of our projects, like Stay mentioned, whether they're take station, reg stations, there's long lead times for certain components that we need for specific projects. And we'll work with procurement to go out and source those materials for us, and we get the low-cost provider. So again, it's something that we work hand in hand with procurement constantly and ensuring that we continue to provide the lowest cost we possibly can for our projects. And I just want to really couple on what Ms. Day said. We have certain budgets, we stick to those budgets, and every dollar that we can save and every dollar that we can be efficient, that means we can get more work done during the year. And that ultimately, the way I always look at this is the customer's money, and we want to make sure that we have those checks and balances in place. We hold our folks accountable, and we certainly want to get a lot of work done, and hopefully in the customer's eyes, we're providing value for that work that we do.
Yeah, so in addition to certainly what Mr. Kelly is explaining, from a procurement perspective, our Yankee Gas, they benefit directly from our procurement structure, where we're structured on a enterprise-wide commodity basis, meaning that we leverage economies of scale by looking at our overall spend as an organization, not just spend by Yankee Gas, spend by our Massachusetts businesses. So when we put together an RFP, whether it's for materials or services, we look at what's our overarching spend as a company. And a great example of that is, our pipe, valve, and fitting contract that we have for our day-to-day bread and butter gas materials. When that contract was initially bid, the spend represented by Yankee Gas is about 40% of what our overall spend is as an organization. The remaining spend is actually in Massachusetts. Through that competitive bid process, we're able to go to market with roughly $50 million worth of annual spend that gets the attention of vendors. It gives us leverage from a negotiating point of view, where we're leveraging higher volume spend to lower our costs. That particular event alone, when that was bid back in 2019 and contracted and actually put under contract in 2020, yielded about $1.5 million a year in savings on just typical bread and butter gas materials. So, as Mr. Kelly alluded to, we do the same when it comes to contractors. We use contractors in both states where we have gas service, Massachusetts and in Connecticut. Obviously, when we can go to market with a much higher dollar value, it gets the attention. We get more vendors that are willing to participate, and certainly more vendors that are willing to, number one, negotiate, and number two, give us more favorable terms and conditions associated with the contract. This is something that we do standard practice across the board. When you look at our overall spend as an Eversource enterprise that's under the procurement organization control, we manage about $5 billion worth of spend. And specific to Yankee Gas is less than 6% of that overall spend at about $282 million. So we think it's a very solid approach. Category management is something that's been widely adopted across the industry, and it's something we continue to do where, we develop expertise where our agents that manage the individual commodities and categories are very understanding of the markets. They understand the vendors that participate in the different markets. And to Kevin's point, Mr. Kelly's point, we look at timing, seasonality, and every factor that we can in order to control our costs as an organization.
Thank you, Mr. Dykeman. Mr. Kruger, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. One of the key components that we've seen as a benefit from the supplements that we talked about earlier, that Attorney Wheel had mentioned, that through that process of supplements, we categorize our costs on these projects, and we look for some areas of improvement. As Ms. Day referenced earlier in her statement, that we use these PAFs and supplementals as lessons learned. So we have learned quite a bit about restoration costs. So these are costs that are outside of our control. But, when we look at things such as restoration, there are some things that we can control. And those things are, we leverage our partners in procurement, and we look at how we approach restoration. So conventionally, pipeline contractors perform restoration, but through the supplemental process, we have identified an area where through our procurement process, we handed off the requirement of our pipeline contractors performing this traditional work of temporary restoration, permanent restoration, and handed that over to restoration contractors in specific, bringing a significant cost savings to the company. And when we look at affordability, this is driving down the cost per foot of our projects as it's related to permanent restoration, as well as we looked at a lot of the pipe fitting work that we perform. And as Mr. Dykeman noted, we perform thousands of pipe fitting jobs a year, and we have many subcontractors that work for us and perform a lot of work into performing meter set work into out as part of our ARP work and reliability work, resiliency work. And through our partnership with procurement, we came up with best in business pricing for these materials. So instead of small suppliers in procuring those materials from smaller suppliers, we've now leveraged several large material shops that have continued to bring us cost savings. So those are two areas that, typically out of our control. However, through the partnership with procurement, we've identified those.
Just to add another example of an instance similar to the material situation that Mr. Dykeman had alluded to, another great example on the services side is GPL Construction. For that supplier in 2024, they represented about $29 million of spend. 25 of that was attributed to Yankee Gas, but during a recent gas main construction bid, they sharpened their pencil by between 3 and 6%, depending on the region that they were supporting. And they attributed a lot of that to their interest in expanding their business in Massachusetts. So I think that that's another example of where, although many of the markets that we procure products and services in have shifted more towards a seller's market in recent years, we're able to leverage our buying power to take back some of that lost opportunity.
Thank you. That's all we have for redirect.
Thank you. I want to thank the panel, and the panel is excused until the late file exhibit hearing. We will next call up the OCC's Capital Planning and Additions panel, and I believe the company has crossed. Attorney McGorney, can you introduce your witness, please?
Yes, this is Brendan Larkin Connolly, now of Exeter Associates, who's our consultant on plant and service and capital planning in this case.
Thank you. Mr. Larkin Connolly, if you could please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Larkin Connolly, did you sponsor pre-filed testimony and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or additions to those filings?
I do not.
And do you adopt those filings as part of your sworn testimony today?
I do.
Witness is ready for cross-examination.
Thank you. Attorney Tisler, please.
Thank you. Mr. Larkin Connolly, you're appearing in this docket on behalf of the Office of Consumer Counsel, correct?
That's right.
What materials from this docket did you review to develop the recommendations you're making to Pura in your pre-filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony?
I'm not going to be able to list the exhaustive list, but primarily in my direct testimony, I would have reviewed the testimony of the capital panel, so YGS Capital 1, and all the associated exhibits with that, including the ones that were just talked about in the cross-examination of the capital panel. That includes YGS exhibit YGS Capital 2, 2A, exhibit YGS Capital 3 and 3A, then the 4 and 5, I believe there are attachments as well. Then any of the associated or interrogatory responses directed to the capital panel or their exhibits, I would have reviewed. Of course, I might have missed a couple of them, but in my rebuttal testimony, then I would have used the company's rebuttal, and then at that point, starting to look at the E&G 001 supplemental filings that had started to come in.
Okay, and did you review the company's standard filing requirements, schedules, and work papers?
In terms of the schedule, yeah, I would have reviewed the Schedule B for the capital additions.
Okay. And did you also review the testimony and exhibits of the revenue requirements rebuttal panel?
I didn't, I might have looked at it, but I didn't spend it because that wasn't my area or topic to review. Wouldn't have spent a long time looking at that.
Okay. So based off of your prior testimony, you didn't review any other testimony or exhibits outside of those that you listed for capital?
Other than initially looking through the entire filing, I believe I looked through, let's see. Just some, I can't think of all the exhibits I will look through, but I wouldn't have looked at any of them in depth in preparation for my testimony.
Okay, so would it be your summary that you primarily focused on the company's capital additions and rate base in this case?
That's right.
Okay. And you filed your direct testimony on March 13th, 2025, and your rebuttal testimony on April 28th, 2025?
That's correct.
And your testimony only addresses the company's proposed capital additions, correct?
Yes, both the historic capital additions and then the capital additions proposed in the future.
And did your direct and rebuttal testimony, is it accurate that those did not recommend any specific or quantified reductions to rate base or other adjustments?
Could you repeat the question as?
Did your direct and rebuttal testimony, your direct and rebuttal testimony, you did not recommend any specific or quantified reductions to rate base or other adjustments?
That's right. My review of the capital addition is still ongoing, but in my direct and rebuttal testimony, I haven't made any adjustments yet.
Okay, and to your knowledge, does your testimony represent OCC's complete position on capital additions and rate base in this proceeding?
That's not my understanding. It represents my expert review of the filings.
Okay. What other issues does the OCC have with capital additions and rate base not described in your testimonies?
I haven't had that discussion with OCC.
Okay, so you're not aware of any other issues that OCC may have?
No, I'm not.
And your lack of conversations on additional issues, is that the reason why your testimony doesn't address those other issues OCC may have regarding capital additions and rate base?
I guess, could you clarify, are you asking why, going back to your earlier question about any adjustments or that I've recommended, that I haven't made any of those yet? And whether OCC would be looking to make recommendations in the future, or?
Yeah, I'm asking if there's any recommendations outside of what is already in your testimony.
Sorry, for myself or for OCC?
Well, you are OCC's witness, so I would say for OCC.
I think generally I look at my role, I present my expert testimony on the case, and then it's up to OCC of whether and how they use that in their brief.
Okay, and to your knowledge, does OCC have another witness who I can ask about capital additions and rate base?
I believe Dr. Hopkins did touch on capital issues, so he would also have been somebody to discuss it with, but I am the primary witness on this topic.
Okay, is it your understanding that Dr. Hopkins touched on capital additions or on capital planning?
Cool.
I'm sorry, what was that?
One in this, I view those as interrelated topics.
Okay, so in your mind, there's no distinction between historical additions and future capital that may be planned?
No, that wasn't not my response. I said there's a relationship between capital additions and capital planning.
Okay. So it's your understanding that Dr. Hopkins focused on both of those?
No,
No, okay. What's your understanding of what Dr. Hopkins' focus was?
it was on capital planning.
Okay. So, as OCC's witness to provide evidence and opinions in this case on capital additions and rate base, do you have a contract for services with the OCC?
Yes,
Okay, and would you please provide your contract for services as a late filed exhibit?
Yeah, we can provide that.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that is late file exhibit 125.
Okay. Now, regarding the project authorization policy, you agree that the previous policy threshold was based on direct charges of greater than or equal to $100,000, and that the updated policy threshold is based on total charges greater than or equal to $500,000, correct?
yes, that sounds correct.
And is it clear in your mind that the company's project authorization form is different than the supplemental request form?
Yes,
Is it your understanding that a supplemental request form would be created only to the extent that the project cost exceeds or is identified to exceed the authorized budgeted amount under the applicable project authorization policy?
yes, that's my understanding from the company's explanation of it.
Now, referring to pages 10 to 11 of your SIR rebuttal testimony regarding figures 1 and 2, here you're attempting to compare PAF requirements from the
Hold on one
previous
second.
policy. Oh,
Wait
sure,
till I
sorry.
get there.
Attorney Tinsler, could you just repeat the page number again?
It's, pages 10 and 11 of the SIR rebuttal.
I'm there.
Okay. So in these two figures, you're attempting to compare the project authorization form requirements from the previous policy to the updated policy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and would you please explain how you determine the comparison of when a PAF is required under the prior policy and the current policy for figure 1 and figure 2?
Yes, let me take 1 minute to open it up. So I referenced two interrogatories, OCC 472 and 473. So I'm going to open those up and just so I have them available. So to provide some initial context, the request that OCC submitted, OCC 472 was on the projects related to the pre-22 PAP, and the 473 was related to the post-2021 PAP. But both requests sought information on the number of projects being presented in the case, and then the number of the projects that would have required a supplemental request form under the prior policy, or either policy. The sum of the authorized and the estimated direct cost, the sum of the authorized estimated total cost, and then the sum of the actual direct cost and the sum of the total cost. So the purpose of those requests was to get, because what had been presented in the case so far was for the pre-2022 PAP projects, we only have the direct cost to compare. So we wouldn't have been able to sort of say, well, if we looked at those projects and considered it under the new policy, how many of those projects would have required a PAF. And likewise for the post-2021 PAP projects, we only have the total cost. We didn't have the direct cost numbers. So the intention of these requests was to get the information that I could use to be able to come up with the numbers on, to look at the policies that would apply to each project.
So your comparisons in figure 1 and figure 2 were derived from the data provided in OCC 472 and 473, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now OCC 472 and OCC 473 requested information on the number of projects that would require a supplemental request form and not the number of projects requiring a project authorization form. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, given that, it's not accurate to represent that your comparative figures are referring to the project authorization forms. Isn't that correct?
I'd have to open up my work papers, but I would have, just with the project, either the direct cost numbers or the total cost numbers, I could have identified the required path under either policy using the thresholds that you provided earlier, the greater than $100,000 for the direct cost and the greater than $500,000 for total cost. And that's how I would have come up with the numbers.
Or figure 2, but not figure 1, correct? And for clarity of the record, figure 1 says it's a comparison of project approvals requiring path by policy, and then it provides the number of projects approved through path and the percent of projects approved through path. Correct?
Yes, can you repeat the question?
Just confirm that that's what figure 1 is comparing.
But by looking at the dollar amounts, either the direct cost or the total cost for these projects, you can still identify whether a path would be required for them under either policy. And so if a project has a direct cost of $150,000, and then it would have required a path under the pre-2022 policy. And you'd count that as one.
Okay, let's move on to another question and focus in on figure 1. For projects identified as 2018 to 21 projects under the prior policy, you claim that under the prior policy, 316 projects did not require paths and 437 projects did. Is that an accurate representation of what's shown?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, happy for you to do this calculation yourself if you like, but you can also take it subject to check. 316 plus 437 equals 753 total projects for 2018 to 2021, correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. Now turning to the response provided in OCC 472, Part A, the company states that there were 707 total projects submitted for the pre-2022 policy. Can you please explain the discrepancy?
Can you refer me again to where the number,
It would be OCC 472, Attachment 1, Part A.
So I see the 707. I confirmed that in the OCC 472 attachment 1. I'd have to look back at my work papers to explain or identify where the higher number comes from. I don't know if you want me to.
If you would like to do that now, that's fine.
I think the issue might be, I should have also referenced OCC 470. So if you were to open up OCC 470 attachment 1.
Okay, I'll take the chance to review that at a later time, but for now we can move forward with the questioning. Would you agree that the second graph titled percent of projects approved through path shown in figure 1, that the first bar shows 36% of projects did not require a path and 64% did?
Yes.
Okay, and were those percentages calculated based off of the project count and data shown in the left chart?
Yes.
Okay. And would you take it subject to check that calculating 316 divided by 753 equals 42%?
Yes, I just checked the math. I think there is possibly a calculation error presented in the figure.
Okay, so you agree there's a discrepancy between the first graph and the second graph within figure 1?
I do.
Okay. And I have similar questions for the 2022 to 2024 project shown in figure 1. Would you take it subject to check that 253 plus 222 equals 478 projects that you represented as being under the current policy?
Sorry, Attorney Tizzler, did you say 253 and 222?
Yes, those numbers are displayed in the left graph, but the furthest right bar.
I have that as 225.
I'm sorry,
253 and
I may have
225.
misspoken.
Thank you.
So 253 plus 225 equals 478.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if you turn to OCC 473, attachment 1, part A, the company states that there were 524 total projects submitted for which the pre-2022 policy applied. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
And can you explain the source of that discrepancy?
That would be the same if you looked at OCC 470 attachment 1. If you look in there, there's a identification of projects being presented and the number of projects commenced in each year. And if they have a column for pre-2018, that's 222 projects, then 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, and then 22, 23, and 24. If you sum the 222 or 2022 to 2024 columns, that's where the number of projects you would get 478. And the same for the prior PAP policy that we had discussed. So that's where my project numbers had come from.
Okay, and not OCC 472 and OCC 473 as cited?
Yeah, I think my assumption in the information provided here was that if a project had commenced in the year when the PAP was in place, that's the project that would have applied, or that's the policy that would have applied to the project.
Okay, and turning back to your figures, I think, would you agree that the calculations relative to the post-2022 path for the percentages may have similar discrepancies as we previously discussed?
Subject to check if you found similarities. I'd have to check the numbers and to explain what the issue was.
Okay. Okay. So, and just to confirm, in your testimony at page 9, lines 20 to 21 of your SIR rebuttal, you stated that the new policy results in less than half of projects now requiring a path approval. Is that correct?
That's what I say, yes.
Okay, if we turn to ENG 001 SB 02 attachment 1B, which I think OCC has discussed previously throughout this hearing.
Sorry, could you just repeat? I gotta catch up.
ENG 001 SP 02 attachment 1B.
Thank you.
I have that open.
Okay, do you agree it shows a listing of 524 projects with costs over 100,000 through 2024 under the post 2022 project authorization policy?
I see it goes, I haven't counted every project, but if the line numbers match up with a project, then yes, there's 524.
Okay. And in that attachment, the company uses footnote B and columns J or K to identify projects that did not have a path provided since they were below the threshold. Subject to check, there are 65 projects within that listing that did not have a path provided, and that was noted as such by footnote B.
Well, I don't know if I can say subject to check because I don't know how I would check.
Well, I mean, one could do a manual count, but we won't make you do that. At minimum, would you take that 65 out of 524 is 12% of projects?
The 65 divided by 524, you're saying?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, and that's not similar to the 53% that you showed under your figure 1 in the farthest right bar, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on, in your SIR rebuttal at page 6, you stated safety is fundamentally binary. A system is either safe or it is unsafe. Is that correct?
Can you give me the page and line number again?
Page 6. Have to look that up for the line number.
I'll find it on the page.
Line 23.
Yes, that's my testimony.
Okay. So are you not aware that PHMSA views safety as incremental?
In what context are you saying that?
Context of pipeline safety regulations?
But what are you referring to? What?
Are you
Where-
are you aware of the PHMSA pipeline safety regulations?
I am.
Okay, and do you agree that those regulations view safety and improvements to the pipeline system as incremental improvements?
I would have to see the regulations that you're referring to.
Okay. And what's your understanding of how Pura's GPSU views safety?
I haven't discussed or read any reports from the GPSU.
Okay, so you haven't read any documentation related to Pura's current revisions to gas pipeline safety standards that were just recently approved by the legislature?
I haven't read the adopted regulations.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that one of Pura's stated purposes was to enhance public safety?
If that's what the regulations say, and how would you in what way do you expect me to be surprised by that?
It's just a question. You can answer one way or the other.
I would say I'm not surprised that they say that they want safety enhanced.
Okay. Would you agree that enhancing something is fundamentally an incremental activity?
I'd have to see the direct language of the law, but in general, I guess in general, I would say enhancement is equivalent to an improvement.
Okay, and the question was general, just for your understanding and for the record. Do you, Mr. Larkin Connolly, have experience operating a gas pipeline system?
I do not.
Okay. And you also don't have any training on maintaining the safety of gas pipeline systems, is that correct?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I will now turn cross over to my colleague.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larkin Connolly. I'm going to refer to your April 28th, 2025 surrebuttal testimony. Please let me know when you have that.
I have it open.
As I proceed through my questions, if you need time, just please let me know. If something's not clear, please ask me to clarify. If you could turn to page 24, lines 14 through 17, let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. You referred to an acronym called SFRs, or Standard Filing Requirements. Just to establish a foundation, in your own words, explain what you believe the SFRs, or Standard Filing Requirements, represent.
From my understanding, the standard filing requirements are a set of the baseline forms or documentation that utilities are required to file as part of a base rate filing.
And in connection with the preparation of your testimony and your surrebuttal testimony, did you review relevant provisions of the SFRs that apply to rate base and capital plant additions?
I couldn't list out the SFRs for you right now, but I did review them in response to some of the comments made by the company.
Thank you. Do you actually have a copy of the SFRs available to you?
I could probably find it.
And in order to expedite this, we can hand this to Attorney Wheel and Attorney McCorney to confirm, but I do have a 130-page document entitled Standard Filing Requirements for Large Public Utilities. I'm happy to present that to counsel for OCC. If you confirm my representation is accurate, you can then hand that to the witness.
Sure.
And just for identification purposes, have the record reflect that the witness was handed a document entitled Standard Filing Requirements for Large Public Utility Companies. And Mr. Larkin Connolly, is it accurate to say that your testimony and rebuttal testimony was limited to the company's proposal to recover in rates capital plant additions? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in connection with the review you performed, comparing the SFRs to the company's evidence in the case, did you happen to review page 18, which is entitled Section B on rate base?
Yes, this looks familiar.
And do you also on page 24 at lines 14 through 17 refer to some of the sections on page 18 in Section B of the SFRs?
Sorry, Attorney Pace, was that a reference to the rebuttal testimony again?
Thank you, Attorney Wheel. Yes, it's a reference to the April 28th rebuttal testimony, page 24. Thank you, at lines 14 through 17.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Based upon that review, where you took the company's record evidence on capital plant additions and you applied that to the standards set forth in the SFRs, was there any SFR under rate base that the company failed to comply with in terms of presenting evidence on capital plant additions?
Do you mind if I rephrase your question of how I understand it to be?
Of course.
So your question is whether in my review of the SFRs and then the review of the document, the company's initial filing, whether I identified that they didn't meet any of the requirements here in the SFRs.
Correct. And I'll restate just to make sure it's clear to the witness. So when you evaluated the company's evidence on capital plant additions and you applied that to the standards for rate base set forth in Section B on page 18 of the SFRs, in your own opinion, did you identify any non-compliance with the SFRs?
When I reviewed the initial filing and then looking at the SFRs, I didn't see any of these forms not filled in or the information required here not completed.
Thank you. Are you aware of any other regulation that was issued by the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority that identifies for large public service companies the type of evidence that should be submitted to demonstrate recovery for capital plant additions in rate case?
No, you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm an economist and I'm not a lawyer. So when you say regulation, you mean a regulation that was adopted by the authority and not a decision or a precedent set in order.
Correct. To the extent the witness can respond, my reference to a regulation would be a regulation issued by the agency in its quasi-legislative capacity, where it's issuing guidance to all public service companies, not a separate adjudication of the rights of one individual public service company in a separate case. So to the extent the witness can answer, he can proceed to do that.
I don't know if I can provide a answer to that because I just don't have the full knowledge of all the regulations.
Okay,
In front of me.
thank you. I'll proceed. Are you aware of any order in Yankee Gas's last rate case before this authority in docket 180510, where the authority identified the amount or type of evidence that should be submitted in future rate cases regarding capital plant additions? And you can answer you don't know or provide any answer that you're able to.
I don't recall. I've reviewed the order, but I don't recall if I saw that or not.
Thank you. I'd now like to please have you turn to page 22 of the April 28th rebuttal testimony and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Is it accurate to state that at lines 1 through 6, you state, and I quote, "At a minimum, I could see value in stakeholder meetings where participants could develop a joint report summarizing shared expectations for capital documentation. The purpose would not be to develop strict standards, but rather to explore the types of information that could reasonably be made available to demonstrate that plant additions are used and useful and costs are prudent and reasonable." Is that an accurate recitation of what you have in on those lines?
Yes, that's my testimony.
Thank you. If I can now direct you a little bit further down the page, again, page 22 of the April 28th rebuttal testimony at lines 13 through 17. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Do those lines 13 to 17 state, and I quote, "To the extent documentation standards are modified, these should focus on establishing clear expectations about the utility's burden while maintaining flexibility for utilities to provide the information that is most relevant to the specific investments they're seeking to recover." Was that an accurate recitation of what appears on those lines?
Yes, that's my testimony.
In light of that testimony, would you support, and if you need time to consult with the OCC, you can please do that, but would you support the authority convening a future stakeholder proceeding in which the authority, the Consumer Council, the industrial consumers, all public service companies, and other stakeholders can have a discussion and attempt to reach agreement on what the expectations should be in future rate cases for documentation for capital plant additions?
I don't have an objection to the question, but for clarification, is the question to the witness or to the OCC? Because I'm asking about the offer to consult with the OCC. I'm not sure why he'd need to consult as to his own opinion.
Sure. If the witness wants to limit his recommendation to his own opinion and not on behalf of the OCC, he can proceed to do that. But if he wanted to consult with the OCC, I have no objection to doing that in order to express their opinion on the issue. So I'm fine with either approach. The witness can qualify in whatever way he feels comfortable.
And can you repeat
course.
the question?
Of course. And the question really goes to, would you be supportive, either as an independent consultant or on behalf of the OCC, if you have the authority to communicate their position, to support there being a future stakeholder proceeding with Pure and other stakeholders to identify what the expectations are for public service companies to provide evidence on capital plant additions?
So I would caveat that my testimony sort of stands that I still believe inevitably the burden is on the company to demonstrate its capital additions. I think in my testimony in the CNG and the SCG case, one of my concerns of sort of really prescriptive list of documentation standards, or sort of saying you need to provide X, Y, Z, is that might not fit the context for every company. I mean, over the last day and a half or so, we had companies, expert witnesses up here talking about their procedures to project management, and they might not be the same as another company. So the forms and the documents that each company has to track the progress of their projects and approve projects is going to be different. So I guess my caveat is that there is going to be some differences across the company. So it's just, you can't provide like a strict list of here are every item that you must submit. If the idea is, well, what can we do better? Maybe, maybe to avoid a day and a half of questions about capital documentation, what can we do better as an industry with to submit information so there's more efficiency in the rate cases up front? I'd support that.
Thank you. And is that what you meant on page 22, lines 13 through 17, where you say, and I quote, "The focus on establishing clear expectations about the utility's burden"? Doesn't that imply that there's an opportunity for improvement and such a stakeholder process could facilitate that opportunity?
Yes, that's was the idea, that they're through all the stakeholders together, but also inevitably whatever lists or sort of recommendations be put forward. I don't look at that as sort of I don't look at this as the end all of every piece of information a utility must provide in the case. It's up to them based off of their unique circumstances, the projects that they're putting forward, to submit the information to allow the authority and stakeholders to understand what has been done. In this case, it's going on what, 5 or 6 years of projects. So I view that as the company's responsibility to sort of identify the information of what's going to support and make it easier for stakeholders to review the projects.
So early in your testimony, is it true that when I asked you to describe in your own words what the SFRs represent, you essentially said they identify the types of information and the forms that need to be completed by utility companies filing a rate case of PURA? Is that an accurate summary of your testimony?
I thought I might have said the baseline or the sort of base. That's what I viewed as sort of the minimum requirements.
And if you were to look at page 1 of the document that OCC counsel handed to you, entitled Standard Filing Requirements, right on the cover page, can you read into the record when the last date those SFRs were updated? It appears at the very bottom of the cover page.
September 30th, 1997.
Okay. So just to have the record confirm, the last time these requirements were updated was 27 years ago. And would you agree that there's an opportunity for improvement to now update this document to provide all parties, including OCC and public service companies, with more direction regarding the types of information that PURA is looking for on capital plant additions?
Well, I go back to being an economist and not a lawyer, so I don't know if you need to establish those expectations and the standing filing requirements. I mean, what I see in here is standard across almost every state has something similar to this, where there's just a set of forms that have to be filed with a rate case. It's essentially an application. This is what an application is for a base rate case. So I don't necessarily view what's required in here as being equivalent to what I would like. This doesn't really go into that much, just flipping through that much detail of for revenue requirements or of the information that's supposed to be in there. So that's where I'm having a difficult time seeing a jump from what I see here is a document that is essentially describing an application, a set of forms, to how then there'd be some sort of specifications in here for what documents should be provided to support capital additions.
Did you know, and you can answer yes or no, that PURA's own regulation 16-153A requires PURA to issue standard filing requirements to public service companies as it relates to rate cases? And if you don't know, you can say you don't know.
I didn't know that specific.
And if public utility companies can't look at the SFRs to understand PURA's expectations, in your opinion, where should they look to understand what PURA's expectations are as it relates to documentation for capital plant additions? Is there some other source in terms of another regulation that they should look to?
Sort of practice across the industry is that capital additions must be prudent and used and useful, and that it's the burden of the utility to demonstrate that's the case. So I don't know what why putting that in what you need in a document to do that. There's sort of, I think there's probably case history, and there's also, I mean, if you put the authorities regulations in front of me, I'm probably certain that it would say that rates, their mandate is to establish fair and reasonable rates. And sort of part of that is making sure that what the investments the utility is making are prudent and used and useful.
Okay, thank you for your testimony on that. I'd now like to just move, just very briefly, just a few more questions. And I want to focus on your recommendations as it relates to that portion of the company's rate case application that seeks to recover in rates forecasted capital plant additions for the rate year. And if I could turn your attention to the rebuttal testimony at page 22, let me know when you're there, starting at lines 22 to 23.
At the very bottom?
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Now, is it accurate to say that starting on page 22, line 22, you state in my quote, and I quote, "In my direct testimony, I recommend excluding all planned or forecasted capital plant additions from rate base, consistent with PURA's recent precedent. This recommendation was based on PURA's consistent determinations in recent rate cases that forecasted or planned plant additions should not be included in rate base because they cannot be demonstrated to be used and useful and prudently incurred at the time rates are set." Is that an accurate recitation of what appears at page 22, lines 22 to 23, and the carryover onto page 23?
Yes, that's my testimony.
Okay. You already testified that you're not an attorney, but if you're able to answer, you can proceed to do that. Are you aware of any changes in Connecticut law regarding the standards for used and useful and prudence? And if you don't know, you can simply say you don't know.
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Are you aware of any recent changes to PURA's SFRs that identify PURA's views on used and useful or prudence? And again, if you don't know, you can say you don't know.
Well, you just pointed out to me that they were last changed in 1997, so I assume there haven't been any changes.
And can you summarize what is your opinion as to why forecasted capital plant additions for the rate year cannot meet the standard of used and useful and prudence? Because you offer that as your testimony on pages 22 and 23. So just to establish a foundation, can you please briefly state how you reached that conclusion?
Well, I think at the beginning of the capital panel's cross-examination yesterday, one of the questions from OCC was how the company defined used and useful. And but the company's own definition is that plant is in service and installed, providing service to customers. So just by the fact that if a forecasted or planned project, it's not complete yet, it can't be used and useful.
Now, is your opinion as it relates to the recoverability of capital plant additions for the rate year consistent with the relevant text in PURA's own SFRs? And I can refer you to specific sections if that'll be helpful. So what I'd like you to first please turn to, and you referred to these provisions in the SFRs on page 24 of your rebuttal testimony, but for the document that was handed to you in PURA's SFRs, if you could turn to page 18, and that's section B on rate base. Let me know when you're there. Again, I'm asking the witness, yes, and just to confirm, to make sure that you and I are on the same page, it should be page 18, and the caption says section B rate base. Do you have that available? And the pagination appears at the very bottom.
I'm there.
Okay. Section 2.0 entitled Plant and Service Schedules. Do you see that?
Yes.
And right below that, section 2.1 says rate base summary, schedule B-1.0. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does the first sentence say summary rate base information shall be presented in schedule B-1.0 for the test year and the rate year? Do you see how it references the rate year?
Yes, I see. That's what it says.
Now, if you move down to section 2.4, that's entitled Details of Plant Additions and Retirements After the Test Year, Schedule B-2.2. Is it accurate to say that section 2.4 states to public service companies, and I quote, provide details of plant additions by major property grouping between the end of the test year and the rate year?
Yes, I see that.
So does it make sense on the one hand for the authority to conclude that rate year plant additions are not allowed, but yet to have their own SFRs require evidence on rate year plant additions to be filed in a rate case? Is there a way to reconcile that?
I mean, simply that there's a difference between what the authority the information that the authority sets rates on, and then or uses to establish the rates, and then the information the authority is reviewing to determine what is prudent. And so if you're asking, sometimes you could ask for, I know from doing revenue requirements, you might ask for cost for the previous 5 years and then forecast for the future years, just to make sure that there isn't an outlier. So if this is to the extent that they're saying the rate year here, you could be asking for rate year information to make sure that the rates, to understand how the rates being set are going to cover the forecasted cost.
Do you think this illustrates another opportunity for the SFRs to be improved and that would benefit from a stakeholder process with the OCC, the Attorney General, and other parties to identify updates that should be made for the authority's consideration to the SFRs?
I mean, in my opinion, I don't see a problem with how this is phrased here. In terms of any lack of clarity, but
Okay, and so
that's your interpretation.
Okay, and so just to clarify, you see no conflict with the request to present capital plant additions for the rate year and the authority's own SFRs, and your description of recent pure precedent regarding the disallowance of capital additions for the rate year?
Because the SFRs, this is not only information that's being used to set the rates, but information used to just review the sort of underlying cost and the capital additions. So I think there's other parts of this that ask for future or forecasted cost.
Okay, that completes my questions for Mr. Larkin Connolly. Thank you.
Thank you. Confirming no questions from authority staff, EOE, Attorney General. All right, Commissioner Kern. I have no questions either. Would the OCC like a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, could we have a brief recess?
Yes, let's go ahead and recess for 10 minutes, please.
There's a recorder here.
Okay, Attorney Wheel, please.
Yes, we do have brief redirect. Mr. Larkin Connolly, do you recall Attorney Tisler asking you about whether the tables on page 10 of your testimony don't match the data included in ENG 001 Supplement 2?
Yes.
And do you recall Attorney Tisler asking about discrepancies in the math in those same tables on pages 10 through 11 of your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Have you had any more time to determine any further response to that line of questioning?
Yes, and I think I still confirm that the percentages in the first bar on the left appear to be wrong. So that's something I need to look at and evaluate. But upon further inspection, the other percentages to the right of those all look to be correct. So it's only the first bar that I saw that there was an error.
Thank you. And again, you recall Attorney Tisler asking you about whether any discrepancy in the data in those tables and ENG 1 Supplement 2. As you testified, those tables were based on the data in OCC 472, OCC 473, and then as you clarified today, also OCC 470?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so did you use the data in ENG 1 Supplement 2 in developing those tables?
No, that filing, I think, had been made pretty close to when my supplemental testimony was due, so I wouldn't have reviewed that in great detail. And I believe there was some questioning on the percentages using numbers in that, and I think it was a number of 65 projects that didn't require the PAF versus 524, and it was 12%. I'm going to have to look into it further, but I believe the projects that I was looking at in the OCC responses are a larger set of projects than what are provided in the ENG exhibits. There's a sort of a cutoff where those are only larger projects, and the OCC responses included smaller budget projects.
Thank you. Attorney Pace asked you some questions about whether your review of the company's filings satisfies the standard filing requirements. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Can I ask you to open the SFRs and go to page 2, section 2.3?
I'm there.
Where it says minimum requirements.
Yes.
Could you read the first 2 sentences of that section?
Yes. The SFRs contain the minimum information that utilities are required to submit with their application for a change in revenue requirement and rates. If the applicant utility believes that additional information is necessary to support its case or is proposing a position that requires a departure from the basic schedules, e.g. a special revenue adjustment proposal, the utility shall supplement the SFRs to support its position.
Thank you. Do those sentences match your understanding of the purposes of the SFRs as you discussed today?
Yes, and I appreciate the chance to sort of clarify that point, and that's what I was, when I discussed these and I sort of called them a baseline or I might have even said minimum. That's what I sort of view these as. This is sort of like the bare minimum that a utility submits of just it's an application with the information that the authority expects to see. But then the other information is that's where it's on the utility to provide additional support for capital and operating cost.
Attorney Pace asked you about the statement on line 22 of your surrebuttal. I've lost the page reference here. There's a reference in your surrebuttal where you discuss documentation standards, and you say, quote, the focus should be on establishing clear expectations about the utility's burden. Did you mean that PURA needs to give clearer direction to utilities about what they should provide? Or did you mean that PURA should be careful not to replace the company's burden with document filing requirements?
Thank you. I meant the latter point where sort of my concern that there was, and what I was trying to sort of state was that I understand these are as the minimum standards, and I support any meetings of stakeholders to sort of say, how can we improve these and sort of update them to 2025 from whatever, from what people were doing and thinking about rates in 1997. That makes sense to sort of take another look at these. But my concern always when setting a set of requirements is that it's not viewed as an exhaustive list in that if a company presents documentation exactly as prescribed in the SFRs, that every cost can be accepted as prudent, used, and useful. I look at that as whatever's in here, even if these are changed, those are still going to be the minimum, and it's still up to the company to demonstrate that it has the burden of proof.
Thanks. My last question is, that being said, can you explain why you do think it would be helpful to have a conversation about documentation requirements?
Yeah, I think building on what I was just sort of saying was that the SFRs certainly have an opportunity to be updated. And I think if you look at the authority's recent cases where this issue of the capital documentation has been brought up, or even the last couple of days, a lot of time is spent just on sort of building up the record on these projects and then the capital additions that have been made. And it wasn't in sort of the first half of your cross-exam was just spent on what information has been provided after the initial filing. And I think we're getting somewhere close to, we have the plant additions, the expenditures now, some of the dates of installation. So we're getting to the amount of information that we would have liked to have had from the beginning. And if we had that from the beginning, I feel the cross-examination or the case in general would be more efficient. So that's what I view the benefit of sort of avoiding the sort of numerous updates throughout the case and starting from sort of complete filing that then maybe there could be more attention paid to the specific projects and the underlying capital additions that were made than just completing the record.
Thank you. We have no further redirect. Thank you.
Thank you. And with our thanks to the witness, you are excused. I'd like to bring up the company's depreciation panel, and we have the authority staff up first to cross. Okay, Attorney Pace, are you adding additional witnesses to this panel? Or Attorney Tisler?
Yes, we previously identified these witnesses in a letter filed in this docket, but just for the record and for everyone's awareness, we're adding Tom DeRozier and Brendan O'Brien to this panel.
Thank you. You could introduce your witness panel, please.
To the panel, would you please state your full names and positions for the record?
Yes, my name is Ned W. Alice. I'm Vice President with Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants, LLC. Thomas DeRoziers, I'm Director of Investment Planning for the gas business, Eversource Energy Service Company.
Brendan O'Brien, Director of Revenue and Regulatory Accounting for Eversource Energy on behalf of Yankee Gas.
And I will note that all three witnesses have previously been sworn, but we do have a direct examination for them.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Alice, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits YGS Depreciation 1 through YGS Depreciation 4 and exhibit YGS Depreciation Rebuttal 1?
Yes.
You also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in interrogatory responses?
Yes, I have a few to my rebuttal exhibit WGS Depreciation Rebuttal -1. First on page 26, line 22, instead of 2,800, it should be 3,500. And then on page 27, line 1, the number instead of 1,312.9 million should be 1,641.5 million. On line 3, it should be 99% instead of 79%. And line 4, it should be more than 6 times more negative. And then on page 67, line 17, the page reference should be Roman numeral 9-28. And then on page 68, line 1 should be 18.7 instead of 23.1. Line 2 should be 11.9 instead of 18.8. And line 4 should be 7 instead of 4. All those are minor in nature and do not change any of my recommendations.
Thank you. Do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Mr. Alice, can you describe the key differences between your depreciation proposal and that of the OCC's expert witness, Mr. Dunkel?
Yes. The biggest difference is related to the recovery of cost removal through depreciation. The companies incurred from 2019 through 2023 just above 25 million in cost removal on average each year. My recommended depreciation rates would recover a little bit more than that, about 25.5 million. You should be recovering more in cost removal than is being spent because depreciation is intended to recover future cost of removal. Mr. Dunkel's proposal would only recover about $15 million in cost of removal, so less than has been incurred in recent years. And there's 2 reasons for that. One is a difference in methodology. OCC's witnesses used a method for estimating future net salvage that doesn't comport with, industry standards and things like that, and therefore tends to under-recover those costs. And in addition, he hasn't reviewed all relevant data and has kind of left some data out of his analysis that is relevant, particularly with the way that he analyzed the data, and both of those result in that under-recovery.
Can you please explain the relationship between depreciation rates and decarbonization efforts within the gas industry?
Yes. So this is kind of an emerging issue, particularly in states that have greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals. But, there are are potential ways that the gas industry could be impacted, as I think as the authority probably recognizes, having, requested some analysis of the impacts of depreciation in docket 23-1102. But there's the potential for both, declines in demand or potentially customers electrifying and things like that. Both of those would potentially mean a need for higher depreciation. You may have shorter lives or reduced demand. I think OCC's witness Hopkins talks a bit about the units of production method. I've quantified what that would look like. In my testimony, it would be higher depreciation than my proposal. And in work I've done elsewhere as well, the kind of conclusion is that depreciation is going to need to increase, particularly with decarbonization efforts.
Are there any long-term implications to understating depreciation expense?
Yes. So depreciation has both short and long-term impacts. Immediately, depreciation is an expense, and so flows through the revenue requirement as an expense. But accumulated depreciation is a reduction to rate base. And so, over time, that depreciation reduces rate base in that sense. So if depreciation is too low, you end up in the future needing both a higher depreciation in order to kind of catch up, as well as you would have higher rate base. And so in the long term, too low of depreciation tends to result in higher rates for customers. And in a case where there's potentially declining demand or things like that, it would be exacerbated because there would be, potentially smaller sales or customer base over which those costs would be spread in the future if depreciation is too low today.
Mr. Dunkel claims that your testimony states that the company's records in recent years are inaccurate. Do you agree?
No, I don't. And this actually gets into some of the conversation that went on yesterday as well, related to kind of how work orders are initiated and then eventually closed to both plan and accumulated depreciation. So I think yesterday you heard some discussion of, for plan and service, there's account 107, construction work in progress. And then when an asset is energized, for lack of a better term, it moves to 106, completed, not classified. And then when the work order is closed, it moves to account 101, plan and service. On the cost removal side, there aren't those three steps. There's only two. And this is described in the Uniform System of Accounts, and I think it's instruction B for account 108, accumulated depreciation. So, and that kind of says that as costs are incurred, they're recorded to a sub-account of account 108, which has been referred to as retirement work in progress, or RWIP. And then when the work order is eventually closed, that moves to subcategorizations within account 108. And the reason there's only two steps, if you think about it, it makes sense. Removal costs are associated with assets that are already in service. They've been in service for some time because they're at the end of their life. And additionally, the way it's set up is that you recover those costs over the useful life of the property. So, over the life, it's being recovered. And by the time you would get to the retirement, the intent is to recover those costs through depreciation. And so it makes sense then that you wouldn't have that additional, analogous to CWIP account for retirement work or for cost of removal. The issue that's kind of arisen is that depreciation hasn't been high enough to recover those costs. And that's why, that's one of the reasons why I've recommended an increase, but it's also kind of gets to kind of what's going on with that with the cost of removal balance and accumulated depreciation that you heard a bit about yesterday as well.
Thank you. This panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Attorney Coker, please.
Good afternoon. Bureau Staff Attorney Josh Coker. I'd like to ask you some questions about net salvage. In your direct testimony, you noted a number of differences between the method you used to calculate net salvage costs and the method used by Mr. Dunkel, correct?
Yes.
Do you contend that a utility using Mr. Dunkel's method will not recover its net salvage cost at all?
You won't know until you reach the end of the life, but his method would not typically recover those costs over the useful lives of property because of the way it's calculated. It doesn't do that properly.
So you're saying they would not recover the cost at all, or you're not going that far?
I wouldn't necessarily go that. Assuming you use the remaining life technique, those would potentially be recovered. The shortfall would potentially be recovered after those costs are incurred, and that's kind of why there is
well, for lack of a better term, regulatory asset balance for cost removal right now because depreciation rates haven't been high enough to do that.
So would it be fair to say the difference between the two methods is primarily about the timing of cost recovery?
I wouldn't say primarily that there is definitely a difference in timing. One the traditional method appropriately recovers those costs over the useful life as you're supposed to do consistent with the uniform system of accounts. And Mr. Dunkel's, because it doesn't calculate things properly, wouldn't do that. It would recover a portion of those costs after the assets are retired.
So you wouldn't say it's primarily, but would you say that it is a difference between the two methods?
Timing would be a difference between the two, yes.
So under both methods, would the company would ultimately recover its investment, but the pattern of recovery would defer. Do you agree?
Not entirely. I would definitely agree there's a deferral under his method. You know, particularly when you step back and think about some of these decarbonization issues and stuff like that, you know, that makes there more of a challenge. It pushes a lot more off onto future customers. So I would hope that those costs would eventually be recovered, but you know, there's a reason you intend to do that over the lives of the property so that its costs are equitably recovered from those who receive service from those assets.
Thank you. So you're suggesting basically that it shifts the cost because it's shifting those costs to future customers. But just to clarify, you're not saying that that you're not representing those customers in this proceeding, are you?
I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, maybe Attorney Coker can rephrase and we can see if we can provide you the information you're looking for.
I'll strike the question. Please turn to your response to OCC 219. I'll give you a moment to find that.
Yes, I found that.
Okay, thank you. In their response, you're discussing other jurisdictions that use net salvage methods that are different from the traditional method that you utilize, including New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have either you or your colleagues at Gannett Fleming sponsored depreciation studies in one or more of those jurisdictions?
Yes, we have.
Have you provided any evidence in the record demonstrating financial harm experienced by utilities in those jurisdictions as a result of using a different method than the one you recommend?
I don't know that I was asked to provide any evidence of financial harm in those states. However, customer rates would be higher in those states than had those states used the traditional method because of the methods they use. And the three that you mentioned actually don't recover future net salvage through depreciation. It's actually a little bit different from what Mr. Dunkel did. They recover those costs like after they're incurred.
I understand, but they still use a different method than the one you recommend.
Yes, they recover net salvage after it's incurred.
And you're not aware of any harm resulting to utility companies as a result of the different method?
I'm not, but I'm aware of harm to customers because they pay higher rates. I'm a customer in Pennsylvania, so I pay higher rates because of the longstanding use of that method.
Thank you. For now, I'd like to turn to service lives. And service lives, you and Mr. Dunkel disagree on the estimated service life for several accounts, correct?
Yes.
And for each disputed account, Mr. Dunkel has proposed a longer service life than you have, correct?
Yes, and also has proposed longer than those that he used and were adopted for Connecticut Natural Gas and Southern Connecticut Gas.
So all else equal, a longer service life would cause a lower depreciation rate. Do you agree?
Yes.
So please turn to page 52 of Mr. Dunkel's direct testimony. When you get there, just go ahead and let me know.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. At the top of this page, you see figure 12. This graph relates to account 375. Do you see the graph I'm talking about?
Yes.
So I understand that you disagree with Mr. Dunkel's recommended service life for this account, but do you dispute any of the numerical data presented in this figure?
So I've not checked every number that he has in here. I have my own graph of this data. They look similar, so I don't have a reason to dispute the specific numbers, but I haven't checked for sure that he's done all of his calculations correctly with what's presented there.
Okay. Would you at least concede that the graph fairly represents both yours and Mr. Dunkel's proposed Iowa curves for account 375?
Yes, they appear to.
Okay, thank you. The curve is made up of small diamonds. Represents the actual retirement experience for this account, correct?
Yes, with the within the constraints of the placement band and experience band listed at the bottom of the graph.
And that curve is referred to as the observed life data in this graph.
Yes, it is.
The graph also shows two fitted curves, a 50 R2 Iowa curve that you proposed and a 70 R1 Iowa curve that Mr. Dunkel proposed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looking at the observed life data, is it fair to say that approximately 70% of the assets reaching age 60 are still in service?
Could you state that again?
Yes. Looking at the observed life data, is it fair to say that approximately 70% of the assets reaching age 60 are still in service?
Not exactly. I would say it's fair to say that the percent surviving developed from the original life table is, I guess, just below 70% at age 60. It's a little bit different from saying that, 69% will live that long because of the way these are constructed. Those older data points are based on a smaller sample size and they're contingent on the other ones that come before it.
So your issue is with the sample size. You're saying are you saying it's not representative?
No, it was more the way it was stated. It's there's a little bit more precision involved in kind of how these are put together.
Would you say that the data that we have in front of us in this graph shows approximately 70% of the assets reaching age 60 are still in service?
No, I don't think you could put it that way. That's not how it's calculated.
Do you dispute the claim that Mr. Dunkel's 70 R1 Iowa curve provides a closer fit to the observed life data for this account?
Yes, I do, because the goodness of fit is a function of what points you look at. So for example, you could see here, if you look closely, that the 50R2 is a better match through, say, the first 30 data points. His would be a better match for the full range. So you need to kind of look at those different parts of the data and interpret that. But then in addition, there's other information beyond just fitting the data that's important. For example, this is structures and improvements on the distribution system, so it's typically at regulator stations and things like that. I talk in my rebuttal testimony about how, as the company kind of continues eliminating low pressure systems and doing rebuilds of those types of stations, there's going to be more retirements in the future than there has been in the past. So I would expect the data to kind of move down closer to my estimate. And incidentally, my estimate's more consistent with what you typically see in the industry as well, which is another reason that I would expect it to kind of move in that direction.
So referring back to your previous question, under your proposed curve, would you say that only about 30% of the assets in this account are projected to remain in service at age 60?
No.
How would you characterize it?
So again, that's the percent surviving at age 60, but the percent surviving at age 60 is based on exposures of less than $100,000. So you can't necessarily extrapolate from these data points to what would be expected to survive there from all the assets that are in service today.
Thank you. One moment, please. Nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. We'll transition into cross by the OCC, please.
Hi, I'm Rory Apollonia. I'm a accounts examiner for the OCC. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
All right, so let me start. So I'm gonna refer to OCC 548 interrogatory response.
I have that.
All right, good. So this was a question about a statement in your rebuttal testimony referencing a 13.6-year average. In part B of the question, we asked you whether the reference 13.6 years is a weighted average, weighting the retirement ages by the original cost of the asset retired. In part C of the question, we were asking the same weighted average question with respect to the 23.1 and 18.8 year references in the rebuttal. So we saw the response to part C of the question, and we appreciate the update to the years, but just wanted to follow up. Are the 18.5 years and 11.9 years shown here, which are correcting the rebuttal, also weighted averages based on the original cost of the asset retired?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now I'm gonna move on to Exhibit YGS Depreciation Rebuttal 1, page 74. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So is it correct to state that you have a section titled, "Did Mr. Dunkel use shorter lives for CNG and SCG than he recommends for the company?"
Yes.
Okay. For docket 231102, are Dunkel's and your proposed survivor curves the same?
As I recall, they were.
Okay. Did you, did the OCC use all your, or Mr. Dunkel, since you're saying that they're the same, proposed survivor curves in that combined case?
So your question was, did OCC use,
Yes, yes, did we use that?
uh, my recollection based on Mr. Dunkel's testimony was yes.
Okay. So I want you to look at page 165 of OCC's brief in docket 231102. Yes?
To the extent the witness has that, I mean, I know it's not part of the record, but if you have a copy you can hand to him, he can make an effort to do that. If he's not able to respond, we can provide a late file. So
Yeah, I don't have that OCC's brief from that.
but we can take a late file, Mr. Apollonia, if there's a specific question you want to direct to Mr. Alice, and we can endeavor to give it in a late file.
Yes, I have a lot of questions on this. I do have the PDF. It's, on the public website, the Pure Public website. Could we work it out? So it's a quick link or no? Because this is from the previous case and you're bringing up what Dunkel did in the previous case. So I just want to clear up the record.
I mean, I reviewed his testimony. I'm not, his testimony had the same, as I recall, had the same lives that I had.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to move forward then. And on that page, 165 of OCC's brief, we have a
If there's another way that Mr. Apollonia can ask the question without referring to that document outside the record, maybe we can try and do it that way.
All right, so we're just gonna move on to another topic. Let me scroll down here. Okay, so is it correct to state that on page 75 of your rebuttal testimony, you conclude with saying Mr. Dunkel's proposed service lives fail to adequately consider the service life expectations for each of the accounts at issue?
Yes.
Okay, so the root of my confusion here is the word fail. Mr. Dunkel used the Public Utility Depreciation Practices Manual to come up with his Iowa curves. How can Mr. Dunkel fail if he's using the same manual as you are using?
Well, there's a lot more to that goes into estimating both service lives and net salvage than what it says in a manual. And I talk about that on the prior pages. Again, for example, not taking into consideration the impact of replacing low pressure systems and regulator station rebuilds, useful lives of vaporizers, the typical estimates you'd see elsewhere, things like that. From what I saw in Mr. Dunkel's testimony, he only talked about the curve fitting results. But actually, as the NERC manual says, there's a lot of other information other than just the statistics that you need to consider, and all these other factors external to statistical analysis are very important because you're trying to estimate what the future service lives will be. And so you therefore need to take that information into account.
Okay, thank you for that. But would you agree that there's no mathematical absolute right Iowa curve for a FERC accounts data? For example, it's not like 2 + 2 = 4. The Iowa curves are subjective and a prediction of the Iowa curve maker, correct?
There was a lot there. I would agree it's not like 2 + 2 = 4. There is judgment involved. But the term that's used is informed judgment. And so there's definitely differences in the substance that's involved into making those estimates. And so if you're taking all of that information into account, including kind of experience and what you've seen elsewhere in the industry and stuff like that, that's going to lead to a better estimate than something that does just look at the historical data, and that would be more like kind of a 2 + 2 = 4 kind of thing.
Okay. So the Iowa curves, it's a predictive model for the future, correct?
So it's applied in such a way, yes, but they may be developed by looking at the past as well and incorporating judgment or other factors to extrapolate to the future.
All right. And a prediction, you can't make a prediction about the past. It's either it's true or it's not true.
So I suppose it's correct that there's truth about the past, but When you're doing an analysis of the past, you may not have 100% of the data for, say, an entire history of the company or something like that either. So there's often even judgment involved in understanding the past.
Okay. And you can't make a prediction about the present. Like I'm speaking right now, it's the present. Would you agree?
I mean, I suppose with that instantaneous statement, yes, but I can't predict what you're about to say.
Correct. So moving on, a prediction is about the future. And for a prediction, before you can call it a failure, you have to wait for the prediction to occur because it's going to happen in the future. It's like if you're going to toss a coin and you say, oh, I'm going to predict that's going to be on tails, but it could go heads. You got to wait till you flip the coin. Is that correct with a prediction?
With the simple binary prediction that you just described, yes. And it would be true that, the future is inherently unknowable with certainty, but there are certainly things that you can know. Like if I were, say, to predict that I could run through that wall, I think we'd all agree that would be an incorrect prediction. Similarly, if one were to predict, say, a 500-year life for some of these assets, I think we'd all be reasonably certain that that would be incorrect as well. So it's not like a black and white binary thing.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, well, getting back to the point here, you used the word fail 9 times in your rebuttal testimony, but we could focus on the page previously that I just said, which was page 75, fail. And essentially, he's making a prediction about Iowa curves, and he's using the same manual that you're using, and you're calling his prediction a failure right now.
But that's actually not what my testimony says. It says failed to adequately consider. All I mean by that is that he didn't adequately consider all the relevant factors that one should consider to make said prediction.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna move to the manual now. Hopefully, do you have the manual?
I do not have a copy of the.
I have a USB with the manual, if that works for you guys.
Hey, and can I have a moment to confer with Mr. Alice? Thank you.
Yes.
So we have no objection to the witness referring to the document, but just we have one practical issue, which is just the means for him to be able to review it. He doesn't have a hard copy with him. And I think Mr. Apollonia is saying that you have a USB.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'll take input from the chair in terms of how you'd like us to proceed, Sharon.
Would the OCC like to request the manual as a lay file exhibit and proceed with questions at the lay file exhibit hearing? I'm a little anxious about passing USBs between computers.
Chair, we would consent to that approach for the reason that you mentioned and also for efficiency reasons. And so we can produce Mr. Alice at the late file hearing to answer questions once it goes into the record that way.
Okay, thank you. If that approach is amenable, I'll ask that the company produce, it's the NARUC manual on, is it called depreciation or net salvage?
Public utility depreciation practices, I believe. is
Public
one.
utility depreciation practices. Thank you.
I believe Mr. Apollonia's questions are pertaining to the 1996 manual. I'm not sure if that's the same one Mr. Alice has used.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll mark that as late file exhibit 126, please.
All right, thank you for waiting. So Here's my next question. Are you aware of any recent NARUC work that challenges or changes the practices established in the NARUC Public Utility Depreciation Practices 1996 manual?
None come to mind.
Okay. So, does the company agree that depreciation has a profound effect on revenue requirement of a utility?
Yeah, I agree. It definitely has an impact on the revenue requirement.
Okay. All right, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to end right now because the rest of my questions are related to the manual.
Okay,
So with that, OCC has no further questions for this panel. Thank you.
thank you. EOE. Thank you. So excellently timed. Attorney General. Thank you, Commissioner Karen.
No questions.
Commissioner Conti. Commissioner Conti, please.
Just have a quick question. Do changes in federal and state electrification policy and incentives affect how energy transition impacts depreciation?
I mean, indirectly, it would. Depreciation, you would be trying to align with what's going to happen in the future. And so the extent that there are policy changes that will impact the future, it would then flow through to depreciation. And when it comes to things like the energy transition and things like that, how that will play out would impact how you would determine the most equitable depreciation today. And so it would be based on what you would estimate to happen. And to the extent that there are policy changes that would affect that would, I would then incorporate that into how I would calculate the most appropriate depreciation.
Break your mic.
The constant, I suppose, yo-yoing of federal policy and incentives, how do you solve for the avoiding intergenerational inequity?
It's a really good question, and a difficult one. I mean, particularly because there's federal policy, there's state level policy, and there's even local policy, right? And those all can have an impact. State laws aren't necessarily changed by federal policy, at least you wouldn't expect them to, although there can be interactions and things like that as well. An important thing to remember with depreciation is that we update the depreciation rates every time we do a study, typically say every 3 to 5 years or so. And so, the way I think you would want to approach it is you take all the best information you have that at the time and you make your best estimate. And then with the way you calculate depreciation, you can kind of adjust for how things have changed each time you do a study. Sitting here today, I agree it's not easy to determine exactly how, say, federal policy will impact state policy or things like that. What I've seen in states that do have, GHG emissions targets is that it's still potentially moving in that direction. Perhaps the pace at which it happens isn't the same we would have said 6 months ago. But, and perhaps some of the funding may be a little bit different or something like that. But, you have to take that into account and look at the best you can. I mean, what I've seen with a lot of these issues is different potential future scenarios and things like that. And you can align depreciation to any of those, with the units of production that I talked about or something like that.
Thanks. No more questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just picking up on that line of inquiry. Can you disclose any specific adjustments that were made in this case that were not made and recommended in CNG, SCG based on the change in the federal landscape?
So in both cases, my depreciation recommendations didn't explicitly incorporate the long-term impacts of GHG emissions reductions. I've I quantified what that would look like, right? So if you, for example, go to figure 1 on page 14 of my testimony, I show 4 bars there. The first one's what current depreciation is. The second is what I've recommended. The other two, the two that say UOP medium and UOP high, those are calculations that would incorporate, potential GHG reduction scenarios that would reduce throughput and things like that. I didn't propose those here, nor did I in CNG. So in both cases, my recommendations are closer to kind of a reference case or business as usual proposal. What the federal impacts, if there's, to the extent you think that those might change, it may say shift from one of those higher scenarios down a little bit, or it may adjust what those look like to some degree. But both here and for CNG, the recommendations were more of a business as usual approach. And I didn't say lives are going to be 5 years shorter because of GHG emissions in this case, for example.
Thank you. So said another way, if I'm looking at figure 1 and I see a medium electrification and a high electrification scenario, those are based on similar assumptions as to what was used in CNG, SCG, despite that occurring prior to a federal election?
That would be correct, yes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. That's it for me. So Attorney Tisler, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
Just a very brief moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Pace?
Chairman, I just have one question for Mr. Alice on redirect. Mr. Alice, do you recall the exchange you had earlier this afternoon with authority staff as it related to distinctions between recommendations from you and witness Dunkel in the case?
Yeah.
Can you at a very high level just identify, what those differences are and why the authority should adopt your recommendations?
Yes. So, briefly, just with Mr. Dunkel's method is he just looks at the total spend on cost removal and sets depreciation rates to try to recover something similar to that. Although in this particular case, he didn't incorporate all the data, so he's recovering even less than that. The traditional method, which is the one that's described in NARO, can use in most jurisdictions. You look at net salvage, historical net salvage as a percentage of retirements. And the reason you do that is that the amount of work each year, the amount of assets that are retired each year changes. and the net salvage tends to move proportional to the amount of work you're doing each year. And so when you look at it as a ratio, you're able to, analyze that data and come up with a ratio that you can then apply to the current plant balance, which is all of the future retirements. And that provides a better means of estimating what that future net salvage will look like, because it accounts for the fact that the total amount of retirements change year to year. And typically they tend to be higher in the future because systems have grown over time and things like that.
We have no further questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. This panel is excused. We have adopted the page 16 panel by affidavit. So that brings us to the company's environmental site investigation and environmental remediation panel. And the authority staff is waving cross for this panel. So we'll summon the OCC to conduct cross, please. Hey, Attorney Tisler.
I'll just note for the record that we did add Brendan O'Brien to this panel by the letter previously filed in this proceeding. So to the panel members, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
Brendan O'Brien, Director of Revenue and Regulatory Accounting for Eversource Energy on behalf of Yankee Gas.
Mark Richards, Vice President of Sustainability and Environmental Affairs, Eversource Energy Service Company.
Gary Adirola, Manager of Environmental Remediation, Eversource Service Company.
Mr. O'Brien was previously sworn.
Thank you. If the other two witnesses could please raise your right hand and I'll administer the oath. At the conclusion of the oath, if you could affirm by stating, "I do." I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Tisler, please.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, as part of your preparation for this docket and for purposes of admission into the record, have you reviewed and do you adopt the interrogatory response OCC 236 in addition to the interrogatory responses you adopted previously?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Richards and Mr. Iadarola, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits which were marked as exhibits YGS ENV 1 through YGS ENV 5?
Yes, it is.
Did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified?
No.
Do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses? Mr. Richards, do you have any preliminary comments on Yankee's environmental remediation efforts?
Yes. Yankee has an ongoing open dialogue with the DEEP on all 14 MGP sites, and Yankee has made efforts to study and make progress on cleanup with all of its sites, even those that are not within a formal DEEP program. The company complies with and has always complied with applicable requirements for MGP site cleanups. Further, Eversource Remediation Group has been involved and had many discussions with DEEP personnel regarding comments with the draft release-based cleanup regulations. Yankee has also submitted comments and suggested changes to the proposed regulations in writing to DEEP. We continue to evaluate the proposed regulations to assess the impact to planned investigations, remediation, and post-remedial monitoring at our MGP sites.
Thank you. That will be all. This panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Attorney Poku, please.
Good afternoon. I will be starting with the Winstead MGP site. Mr. Richard, on page 24 of your testimony, you state that additional site investigation activities at the Winstead MGP sites were necessary due to the identification of DNLLP associated with former NGP operations. Is that still the case?
Yes.
In the same section of your testimony, you also indicate that a risk and feasibility assessment has yet to be conducted for the site. Does the company plan to undertake this assessment at this time?
Yes.
Has the company issued a request for proposals to solicit vendors for the risk and feasibility assessment?
We're doing basically environmental investigation, and we have put out bids for that and gone through the bidding process, but we have not reached the remediation portion at this time.
I'm going to refer now to the interrogatories of RSR 001 on page 4.
Yes.
In your response on page 1, you state that no remedial action has been submitted for this site. Despite the discovery of significant environmental hazards that has been reported to DEEP, is that still the case?
Can you clarify which site you're referring to?
Still in the Winstead MGP, sorry. And this is page 1, your response is on AI.
Can you provide the interrogatory site again?
That's RSR 001 on page 4. Sorry, that'll be page 1 of 6.
Page 1.
It's page 1 of 6.
So can you repeat the question now that I've...
Okay. You state that no remedial action plan has been submitted for this site, despite the discovery of a significant environmental hazard, which you've also reported to DEEP. Is that still the case?
It is the case. The remedial action plan for the entire site has not been submitted. However, we have been addressing the significant environmental hazards separately as a separate item.
Okay. Has DEEP responded with any further actions that has to be undertaken to address these conditions on the site?
We submit annual reports about the significant environmental hazard, and DEP is not required to respond to that, although we have had verbal conversations with them about it.
Do you intend to enter the site into any other formal programs other than the SHH program that it's currently in?
Not at this time.
Okay. I will now turn to page 17 of your testimony concerning the Meriden site. You state that's currently in the post-remediation monitoring phase under the Transfer Act. Is that correct?
Yes.
As part of the underlying transfer that triggered the Transfer Act liability, was there a Form 3 filed with DEEP?
Meriden, yes, there was, along with an environmental condition assessment form.
Okay. Is that on the record?
It is with DEP or DEEP.
Okay. I'd like to ask for a late file exhibit for them to include Form 3 as well as the ECAF associated with the site.
The ECAF and the Form 3 should be in the, yes, in the attachment.
Should be an attachment.
Yes.
Is there any attachment to the testimony? Or
Not to the testimony, but to the RSR.
to RSR 001?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So can we just confirm what information we need to provide to satisfy OCC for late file 126? I just want to make sure it's clear for the record.
I was asking for the Form 3.
Okay.
Okay.
We can provide that, Mr. Iredell?
Yes.
But you said it's on the record.
Okay, so Form 3 for the Meriden site is going to be Leaf Fogs at 127, please.
Can you provide the current can you provide the current timeline for completion of this phase with regards to the Meriden site,
For which the SEH or for the entire site?
for the entire site?
Yes, we did submit that in the RSOs as well.
Okay.
Get that, pull that up.
So can you repeat the question, please?
Can you provide a current timeline for or unspaced timeline for the completion of this phase on the Meriden site?
For which phase?
The Meriden, sorry, you said you've already submitted Form 3. And it's currently in the post-remediation monitoring phase.
So within Exhibit YGS-ENV-2, we show that post-groundwater monitoring will be occurring well past 2029.
Thank you. You also state that a planned remediation on the opposite side of the river will not proceed until the city completes its flood management project. Is that still correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Richards, in your testimony, you acknowledged that the new regulatory requirements may affect the company's remediation efforts at MGP sites that have not yet fully been closed or remediated. Is that still correct?
Yes, we continue to evaluate the potential impact of these new regulations on our ongoing MGP work.
Does this affect the Meriden MGP sites in relation to timelines and process?
So these regulations, which have just been previously finalized, don't go into effect until March of next year. So over the coming year, we'll continue to evaluate potential impacts on our MGP sites. Currently for Meriden, we don't have indications that this will have an immediate impact on these sites or this site.
Have you assessed how these new regulations will impact estimated cost of remediating these sites? Not just Meriden, but
We'll say not specifically. What we're seeing with these proposed regulations, which continue to evolve as we understand the potential impact to not only MGP sites, but to Eversource as a whole. Right now, we are likely seeing limited impact to MGP site progress. However, what's being figured out with the regulations as they continue to be interpreted is how they deal with transition provisions of existing sites and new information that may be identified over the next year.
Attorney Poku, I think the witness understands the new regulations you're referring to, but for clarity of the record, could you identify them?
so for clarity of the record, and which is also within the testimony given, just 1 second. I'm talking specifically about, sorry, 1 second. So if you look at the testimony that was submitted, I'm talking about the release-based clean regulation that's set to replace the Transfer Act.
And just so we have it on the record, just what page are we directing the witness to?
Oh, sorry. I believe this was also within the RSR 001. I think that would be the footnote 12 that you cite within that particular document.
We're evaluating.
And also you can find that on page 29 of your testimony.
But the answer is correct.
Yes.
We stand by the answer.
Thank you. Just following up on that question, this does not affect the Meriden site in relation, sorry, I already asked. Sorry, just 1 second. Is it possible that these new regulations could reduce the capital costs required to remediate these sites?
Can you repeat the first part of your question? Is it possible? I didn't catch that.
Is it possible that these new regulations that you've cited within your testimony could affect the capital costs required to remediate these sites?
It is possible. What we continue to evaluate is the provisions of the regulations that deal with new releases that are discovered on these MGP sites and how that will impact progress forward. The new regulations address changes in timelines and opportunities to advance cleanup sooner in the process. So we continue to evaluate how that may impact duration and cost.
Thank you. Also, you state in your testimony that these proposed regulations may allow for the closure of up to 15 sites. Could you please identify which sites you've identified would be affected by these regulations, as well as how this would affect your line of investigations?
Can you point to where that testimony came in, which page?
Okay, I do believe it's still we're within your testimony.
I want to make sure I understand.
Could you repeat the question?
So the question is, you identify within your testimony that these proposed regulations may allow for closure up to 15 of your MGP sites. Can you identify which sites the company believes may qualify for closure under these new rules?
And could we just identify where in the testimony, just to make sure that we're on the same page? We'll give Attorney Poku a moment just to identify what page you'd like the witness to refer to. Thank you.
Just a second.
Just to help facilitate the cross, is Attorney Poku directing the witness to page 29? Would that be helpful?
So is that page 29 of the testimony or the RSR 001?
Of the testimony.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm on page 29. So if you could repeat the question one last time, we'll give you an answer. I apologize.
So in your testimony, identify that these new regulations will affect the closure of some of your MGP sites. Could you identify which sites the company believes may qualify for this closure under these new rules?
Not specifically. So we have some sites under an existing voluntary program. It's yet to be determined how these regulations affect sites that are already under active cleanup and under an existing program. The transfer provisions of existing sites into the new regulations is what needs more clarity from DEEP.
And have you identified or conducted any preliminary analysis or assessment of how these potential closures, following up from the last question, could affect the 3.1 million in projected environmental response costs that you reference on page 29 of your testimony?
We have not specifically done analysis because we cannot yet fully understand the impact of the new regulations, which are still being evaluated.
Um,
But what I can say is what impacts that there may be would likely largely be administrative and not affect the overall approach to assessment and cleanup and closure.
any idea of the timing for potential closures that you mentioned?
Closures vary greatly between all of our sites. So the closure process will not likely be affected in any material way with these new regulations, including the timeframe.
Thank you. No further questions, and I will hand over to Attorney.
Good afternoon. Allison McCourtney for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I promise I'm going to be quick. I realize it's 4:46. Looking at a response to OCC 461, there was discussion of an environmental assessment, or pardon me, the lack of an environmental assessment at Yankee's purchase of the property abutting the Pomfret site. Is the reason that an environmental assessment was not conducted because it was a residential area?
Yes,
Okay. And the company paid fair market value for the property, correct?
yes.
Okay. Is it typically company practice to not perform environmental assessment on residential properties?
Every site that we look to purchase is case by case and how we determine what level of pre-purchase due diligence is required. But from a relative risk standpoint, residential properties are in a lower on the risk scale related to other types of properties we could purchase.
Sure. Given that answer, is the company aware of the purchase of any properties in a residential area where an environmental assessment was performed?
Specifically for Yankee or anywhere else?
For Yankee.
I am not aware.
Moving to pre-filed testimony, page 29, there was some discussion of the timeline for investigation and remediation. We were just talking about these regulations. That, just to be clear, that regulation has not been finalized. Is that correct?
The new RBCRs?
Yes.
Yes, they have been finalized very recently,
Very recently.
but they do not take effect until March 1st of next year.
Okay, thank you. On page 17, you mentioned a potential for state, and we're still in pre-filed testimony, mentioned a potential for state regulatory changes in 2025 that the company may investigate and remediate an upgrading off-property source. Is that also referring to the release-based cleanup regulation?
I just got to the page. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. The discussion of the state regulatory changes in 2025, on that page, are you also referring to the release-based cleanup regulation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Same document, page 14. There's a discussion of a delay in the remediation timeline that was caused by allowing Connecticut DOT an easement across the Waterbury North MGP site for a temporary bypass road. How long was that delay?
That delay was for 5 years. It was estimated at 4 years, but they didn't actually demobilize from the site until it was 5 years.
5 years, okay. I'm sorry, I should have put these in order. I'm skipping all around. Same document, page 20. In 2019, a developer was interested in purchasing the Wallingford MGP, and Eversource was not. Now, Eversource is supportive. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what changed?
Really a change in leadership, mostly around me in terms of my previous experience and how properties of this nature can have a second life to them, and really looking at how we protect our liability and risk going forward and making sure potential reuse or sale of a property is aligned very well with an intended future use.
Okay. Has there been interest from developers since 2019?
Not specifically.
And who would take on liability for remediation if the property is sold?
Generally, the new property owner will take on, as ownership of the property, they will take on liability for that continued cleanup. And that's where we need to be very selective and protective of our interests, making sure that future property owner is well informed of the potential risk and reuses are aligned with the types of contamination on the property.
Okay, thank you. Page 25, same document. There's a statement that the Pomfret property that the company purchased in 2019 is not subject to the Connecticut Transfer Act. Could you explain your understanding of why the property is not subject to the Transfer Act?
Yes, for the Connecticut Transfer Act, there's two ways that it could be qualified for it, and that's type of business that existed on site or amount of hazardous waste that was generated in a certain period of time. And it did not qualify under either one.
And that property was purchased as part of the planned expansion of the Pomfret metering and gas regulation station that abuts the parcel.
Correct.
Why did the company decide to expand the Pomfret station?
We can't answer that question. We're not in the gas operation side of the business.
Fair enough. I'll move on. And to the panel's knowledge, this parcel was the only abutting parcel available?
Correct.
Just one moment.
Sure.
That concludes OCC's cross of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, EOE. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Commissioner Karen.
No question.
Commissioner Conti. I also do not have any questions. Does the company need a moment to consider redirect?
I'm mindful that it's 4:53 and I will be extremely brief and just very quickly consulting with the clients in the hallway. Thank you, Chairman.
Sure, we'll stand in recess.
I have one question, Chairman, for the panel.
Attorney Pace.
Mr. Richards and Mr. Iardrola, do you recall earlier today you received questions about the process the company utilized to acquire property in Pomfret? Do you recall that exchange?
Yes.
Can you identify any due diligence that was done by the company in connection with the acquisition?
Yes, we performed an environmental phase 1 site assessment prior to acquisition of that parcel.
Thank you. That completes my questions for the panel.
Thank you. This panel is excused. So we are going to wrap here for the evening. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Tomorrow, when we reconvene at 10 a.m., it will be with respect to the panel on page 21 of the agenda on performance-based rate-making theory and metrics, the company's panel. After that, we will adjourn for the day and reconvene Monday morning, June 9th at 10 a.m. to proceed through the 3 cost of capital panels. Does that match the company's understanding?
Yes, it does, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any administrative matters from other parties or interveners?
We have none.
Thank you. Attorney Wheel.
I just have an up.
Okay, very good. Well, we will reclaim some time tomorrow. If there is nothing further for this evening, we will adjourn. Thank you.